Alright, this PC, it does not get the best internet connection, so I don't know how this stream's gonna. I don't know how this is gonna look. I'm gonna go watch it. Also, I just uploaded some race reactions for the first time in a while. Oh, I love the picture. I'm keeping this as my channel background forever. I've always, like, until the next time Stenhouse and Bowman are out front at Daytona, at least. I think Alex sent me that picture. But alright. Some race reactions for the first time in a while. Oh, I love the picture. I'm keeping this as my channel background forever. I've always, like... Okay. Next time Stenhouse and Bowman I said... I called the stream ban evading, because, you know, that's what I'm doing. Also, I'm streaming on my PC for the first time ever. As proof, I can, well, let me see. I can show my desktop. Oh my god. How do I get out of here without actually exiting the game? Whatever. These are the people I'm friends with. My main thing to do in Rec Room, at least when I have a new account, which isn't very often actually, but the main thing I've been doing lately, since I made this account, is just friend farming. That's what I call it when I go into a room and friend everybody in the room. So that's why when I created this account 1 day ago, and I already have, like, at least a scroll of friends. I had another... Dude, it's always, like, my alternate accounts that I end up getting... Like, I keep getting locked out of accounts. Yesterday, it wasn't even because of anything. It was just, I forgot my password for the other account I made for this, and I didn't add an email, so I had to make a new one this morning at, like, 5 a.m. 4:30 a.m. Alright, I've been spending my entire week being the most degenerative man on the planet. You know why? Because I am pretty convinced that this is the last spring break I'm gonna have where I'm gonna be able to just do absolutely nothing. So, you know what I'm doing? I'm managing that time wisely. Well, I wouldn't say wisely, because I was also supposed to write an essay last week, actually, when I was in school, and I didn't. And every day, specifically the mornings when I wake up, and like 3 a.m. when I'm about to go to sleep, I'm always like, I'm gonna write that essay in a few minutes. Once I'm done doing this last race in NASCAR game, after I win my next race, I'm gonna write the essay and then I'm gonna go to sleep. What do I always do? I end up screwing myself out of the win. So I end up playing the game for another 6 hours until it's 2:35 in the morning, and then I'm like, oh, that was fun. And then I end up watching some YouTube videos and doing everything else you can do except doing what I said I was gonna do. This feels like a Rec morning stream too, where it's just me talking about nothing. But yeah, basically the stream is called ban evading because that's what I'm doing. And even if a Mahad were to be watching this right now, it's never gonna happen probably. But even if I end up getting banned for making this stream again on this account, I don't care because my original account's getting unbanned in 11 days. And I didn't open Rec Room from like the week before the Daytona 500 all the way up until like 3 days ago. So I don't really... It's not really gonna affect me if I'm not able to play the game. But yeah, these are the people I'm friends with so far in the game. This is from friending every person that I've seen. Oh yeah. I'm Appleby Jack. I forgot that I had that garbage on. Okay, before I do anything, I'm taking this hat off. I don't even know what I have. Because like I said, I made this account yesterday. I made another account for this PC a few months ago. And I was using that a few days ago. And then I ended up getting locked out of that because I forgot the password. Because it usually doesn't ask me for a password. You were the same way in school. What do you mean, like, what do you... I've talked about a lot of things. I don't remember what I was saying. Are you talking about when I said I was gonna... When I kept saying I was gonna do the essay and I didn't do it? Because that's how I always am. And I gotta get that together. Because... I'm a very, Oh my god. Of course. Okay, come on. It's gonna be weird playing this game without stick drift, because I'm using my keyboard and mouse. As you can probably hear. Let me see if I can hear them. Okay, yeah, you can hear the mouse. Also, the audio in the game is better. Like the desktop audio. Once again, because I'm using my PC. Also, I hate leaning over like this. I'm gonna get like a box to stack this microphone on, because I'm not gonna lean over this entire time. Alright. So I've got a game of Sorry and a book about the history of NASCAR. Hopefully stacking this on top of my amplifier. Number one, the microphone's not going to come crashing down and break everything in the room, including itself. And I'll be able to just talk into this. I think I gotta flip the amp backwards. I just realized how stupid this is. I'm stacking a board game and a book about NASCAR on top of a guitar amplifier. Just because I don't feel like leaning over. Oh yeah, I gotta take this input jack out, because that's gonna get really bad. Alright. Does this audio sound decent? Because I'm finally sitting in a position where I can actually, be comfortable. Thoughts on Dale Sr.? I like Dale Earnhardt. Everyone likes Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt made things interesting. I always say, I'm an Austin Hill fan, and it's for the same reason. He makes things interesting. You can hate on him all you want. He'll do things when no one else is willing to make a move. He'll be back there making a bunch of. I feel like I'm talking I sound stupid right now. But for example, it's a really specific example no one's gonna remember. But John Hunter Nemechek won the Atlanta Xfinity race in the summer in 2023. And if Austin Hill didn't get wrecked out of that race, he was probably going to win that race. Which I would have preferred. Because Austin Hill, everyone was sitting single file. Austin Hill was actually making moves. Moving up to the front. Then he got turned. And then we just let Nemechek win on the next restart. Which was stupid. I hate when we do that. They did that at Darlington this last week, too. In the Cup race. They just let the leader pull away. Because they don't feel like hitting the gas on restarts. What was I going to do? I was going to put on a different hat. Because this hat looks terrible. I feel like all these hats look terrible. Dude, I look like the biggest rookie of all time. I am a rookie on this account. But, dude, I hate how the first outfits Rec Room gives you, they're so basic. Gotta get some money so I can buy. Actually, no, it's pointless. Now I kind of sometimes when I'm doing these streams, or when I'm playing on these accounts, sometimes I wish I was banned longer on my main account. Because I'm you know what, it's kind of fun to start over. But then, oh yeah, I gotta, I already have an account that I've had since 2022. Oh my god, I just realized. Today's the 3-year anniversary of when me and Alex played this game for the first time. Alex had it before I did. But I made a stream called Rec Room First Time Playing. Or not a stream, a video. It was a long video, though. And I'm pretty sure it was April 10th, 2022. That's, perfect. All my favorite drivers are the drivers everyone hates because they always make stupid moves. Logano, Stenhouse, Chase Briscoe, in Xfinity, Sheldon Creed, Austin Hill, and Christian Eckes, I think, this year. Because Allmendinger's in Cup now. In trucks, Ben Rhodes, Chandler Smith, and I'm trying to think of who else. There was one other driver. I'll remember eventually. Probably. But yeah, I've been watching NASCAR regularly since 2018. Basically, I've been watching since 2018. Because I only remember a few snippets when I was really little of seeing crashes. I saw the Kurt Busch 2013 Talladega crash live, but I barely knew what was going on. I was like, oh my god. A black and red car is upside down. And I don't think I watched the end of that race. But races from that time period do make me nostalgic. Just because, I think I was 5 years old when that race happened. So yeah. Anyways, I've gotten completely off topic. I gotta turn these notifications off. Actually, maybe not. And while I'm sitting here doing nothing, actually, I'm gonna make sure I'm right about me making that Rec Room First Time Playing video 3 years ago today. And I can't do that because YouTube's broken. What just happened? Did I just get spawned back to my dorm room? Like, respawned? God, my internet's terrible. Okay, yeah, I forgot that Rec Room does that. They started doing this new thing a little while ago, where if you're sitting there on your watch, even if it's in your own dorm, it used to just be when you were, like, out and about, but now, even when you're in your own dorm, if you're just sitting there doing nothing, it'll reload you. I don't know why it does that. There's no point. I don't know if it's to save bandwidth. Okay, how do I drop this? Because I accidentally put things on sometimes. I gotta change the control scheme before I do anything. Control scheme. Classic. I know how it works. I always use a classic scheme, even on console. I do not like using their new control schemes. It's crazy. Oh my god, stop giving... Okay, I thought I heard another package. I don't know if it was different when I was leveling up. Like, you know, on my regular account. I don't know if it was different in 2022. Now, whenever I level up, it doesn't just level me up one level. It's like I go from level 1 to, like, level 6 or something. But it doesn't just say, congrats on getting to level 6. No, it says, it gives me boxes for level 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Like, oh my god, dude. I understand. I don't... And I think on my other account, another account that also got banned, actually. My first ult for this, it was Sten 17 House. I'm gonna look at that now. I think it got to like level 15 or something though. I'm just doing nothing right now, by the way. I want to play some Uno in a minute. Or rec cards, whatever it's called, U cards. Sten 17 House, level 19. I almost like this account more than my, like, original. And it still says 16 on here. Because this account got banned, I think, a couple days before my birthday. Yeah, Sten 17 House, 10th Avenue Freeze Out. Oh, yeah! Oh. Never mind. I'm gonna look at my original and see if anything's changed. It's perfect since nobody... One mutual friend! I must be in my Valentine too much or something. Because there's no way. I've just been friending... What just happened? It's probably because I'm streaming. That's probably why it's doing that. That or it's trying to get me to open these packages that I'm not gonna open. Let's play U cards. Where's U cards? Or a Backrooms game. And I spelled it wrong. What? Oh. Yep, it's not gonna work. My internet's too bad. Let's see how quickly it loads up. Because this is loading about the same as it would on my PlayStation. If I wasn't streaming. Because the internet's just bad in general. Okay, I thought I was... How do I crouch? I don't know how it works on computer. Oh my god, I hate... Oh. I think it's a new thing. Where now the character loading animations look like this. Like they look like prongs. And while I'm waiting for these guys to do whatever they're doing, I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to crouch. Yeah, no, I can't do it. I'm gonna look at the controls. Crouch. Control. That took me way too long to figure out how to crouch in Rec Room. But okay. This is just like the olden days. I am streaming on PlayStation. Can we... How does this guy have 16 cards? We've been playing for like 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. We've been playing for like 1 minute and 10 seconds. Falk mean. 16 cards. And he had 17, but... No way. Holy smoke, son. Please give me some green cards. Getting a win in my first game back. It's my first time playing the game in like 6 months. What? Yes! That is what I'm talking about. There is no reason for me getting this excited, but I'm excited. And I got kicked back to my dorm room because my internet is so bad. This is amazing. Dude, I understand. I know you're gonna give me something for every single... And why is my name Spruce Summerstein? I just realized how bad my username is. Okay. Thank you. I can't even see what this is, but thank you. I'm turning my bitrate down or something, because there's actually just nothing here. Am I... Oh. I don't care about... I'm gonna put this on. And I don't think... Okay, no, I'm not wearing that. That's stupid. Where's whatever I was wearing earlier? Dude, these outfits look so bad. Who wants to wear a brown dress? Obviously not me, because I'm... You know, I don't wear dresses. But, like... Okay. I don't think I... Head size. Cheekbones. What has Rec Room become? Back in my day, this was the default. You couldn't do anything other than, like... Just press one of these default head shapes. Ear angle? Ha! Get this out of here. Okay, I can... Ear size. Holy smoke, son. I can make the biggest ears of all time. I'm just... Jaw. That doesn't even do anything. It just makes your chin taller. These are the most useless settings of all time. Brayden, I'm sorry you have to walk in. Oh yeah, Brayden, I don't think you knew me in 2022. Obviously, probably not. I just realized that my first stream back on Rec Room in months. It just so happens to be the 3-year anniversary of the first time I ever played this game. Me and Alex made a video. I was looking for it earlier, but I can't find it because YouTube's not letting me scroll past a certain amount of... I'm just gonna look up Sten 47 House Rec Room first time. There we go. It might start playing in the background. Yep, April 10th, 2022. Okay, yeah, I gotta turn down some of the stream settings. Because this is ridiculous. The game keeps resetting me. It's because this PC doesn't get Wi-Fi. Like, it does, but it's, like, not good. If that makes any sense. Output. Streaming. Video bitrate. Can I, like, change this to, like... I don't want to turn it too low. But, like, 2600. Audio, I don't care about that. Slow. I don't think I can change anything here. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna have to hope that that bitrate actually did something. Also, why is my mic so quiet? I think that's too high. I gotta like, hey Bobby. I'm not on PlayStation right now, by the way. So, you know. So why is my mic so quiet? I think that's too high. Okay. Oh, Bobby, I'm on. How are 5 people watching now? No, but Bobby, I'm on spring break right now. I know everybody. A lot of people had spring break like a week or 2 ago. My spring break is this week. And I'm trying to make everything all cinematic this year. Because. Okay. I'm trying to make everything all cinematic here right now, too. Whenever, Whenever I do something fun, I'm like the last of. Like, I'm making it all dramatic. Because next year I'm probably going to have to actually do something with my life. So, I'm over here like the last spring break. That's what I'm calling this. And then, like, the summer will be the last summer. And then the Daytona 500 was the last Daytona 500. Not really. But the last Daytona 500 break. Because I get a week-long break after the Daytona 500. Almost a month ago. See, that's what I'm talking about. My spring break's just late. But I also, like I just said, I get way too many breaks. What should I play? You want to play a Backrooms game? Let's play a Backrooms game. Also, Bobby, if you want to be like a jackwagon like me and download Rec Room and, you know, play with me, my name, oh my god, dude. The internet is so bad. Okay, but my name in Rec Room, on this account at least, why is... You can see it, it's Spruce Summerstein. It's like a joke about Bruce Springsteen. Okay, anyways, let's see if we can play a Backrooms game. Why did I go to people? Why did I go to people twice, too? Show me all rooms. I don't like seeing that. I think I gotta just be constantly doing something. All seeing sucks now. Build your own Backrooms, no. I want to play a new Backrooms game. Well, first I'm gonna check the Backstage of Reality. I hope this is it. Yeah. So I used to play this a lot in 2022, but it updates a lot, I guess. And I swear to God, if I get kicked back to my dorm room. Okay, yeah. I think the last time, because this hasn't changed since like late 2023. Or like mid 2020, early 2023, jeez. Welcome back, get ready for some future updates coming soon, including new endings, levels, and much, much more. I know it only said what. I can join the Discord. Can I press this? No. You're telling me I have to type all that in? Why can't you put links in games, man? Okay. I'm gonna... What should I do? I'm gonna go to level select. Oh my god. I'm gonna get sent back to my dorm room if we don't hurry up. Going to the hub, of course. Okay, what level should we do? I gotta actually go back to the stream so I can see if anybody's here. Which I wouldn't assume. Alright, yeah. You know what is BS? Me getting banned on Rec Room for 3 months for nothing. I won't be able to make a stable Rec Room stream until... Well, April 21st, I think. Maybe the 22nd. Whatever. Right before Talladega, basically. Which isn't... I got banned a month before the Daytona 500. That puts it into perspective. Field of Wheat. Dude, this gives me, like... Because late July 2020... I don't know when everybody else goes back to school. Because Alex goes back in September. And a lot of people who live, like... I don't know. I feel like schools in my area go back a little early. But that's also because we have too many breaks in the middle of the year. I'd gladly trade in the middle of the year breaks for summer break, by the way. But no. Um, this is like the levels back here. I'm just gonna go to one of them, like one of the ones I remember at least, like the Field of Wheat. It feels like a fever dream though, cause it's like I think Field of Wheat would actually be the best one. But cause me and Alex were like we started playing this game and like getting deep into it in late July 2022, which for him it was just the middle of the summer. For me it was like okay, these are the last like 4 days or this is the last week before I have to go back to school. So, we better make it worth it. So we just be up at like 3 a.m. playing this game. Basically, it feels like a fever dream. That whole time period. Like the way this looks is basically how that time period felt to me. Like when I think back on it. Also, is this the thing that's trying to kill me or is this just a bunch of hay? I don't think you can see the thing that's trying to kill you in this. Last time I checked, at least you weren't. Okay, yeah. That's just a bunch of hay. This definitely looks a lot different than it used to. So I can say with confidence he updated this. Because you used to be able to see things in the distance, and there's like less effort put into this. Because it used to be, I think there used to be like actual grass. Or at least something that could pass as grass and wheat. This is just a bunch of green blocks. Oh yeah, I can turn my microphone on. Because no one else is in. I'm at the edge, so what do? I'm going back. I can only go in a straight line. Okay, I am gonna go back to the main lobby. Donations? I wish they changed the lobby of this game back to the way it was, like the way it like originally was. Maybe not originally, but in 2022. You're gonna hear me say that a lot with Rec Room stuff. Let's see if I'm on this wall now. I was watching a stream me and Alex made not too long ago, and I was saying, I should be on this wall. I'm not on here. What the heck? I should be on here. I've been playing this game for like almost 3 years now on my channel. And I'm not paying attention, smacking into walls. But no, you're gonna hear me say that a lot about, like, I wish they changed things back to the way they were in 2022. Because to me, I don't even think it's nostalgia bias. And Alex feels the same way. I don't even think it's nostalgia bias for us, though, even though, like, it could be. Because the game, it felt a lot more like a fun, like, sort of like a home project with, like, a good community in, like, June 2022. But ever since there's an update they made in, like, December 2022, I think, where they changed the entire, like, they changed the watch and they changed a bunch of other stuff. And now it's all different. It feels like the watch used to actually look like a watch. Like, it actually fit. Like, this is just like a white screen. It's like a white store screen. Like, nothing. There's no personality here. But you'll see when someone goes into their watch, there's like an animation coming out of their wrist. And it actually looked like that on the actual watch UI back in 2022. But no, we have to change that and make everything look all corporate. That's definitely not the right word. Doesn't help that most of the games have done that too, because this game used to be a lot more like that too. Used to be all... The one thing I'll say I'm glad they added, and the only good thing, is the customize button when you're not in your dorm. Because it used to be you could only customize your character if you were in your dorm. I actually want to see if there's a new Backrooms game I can play though. Like one that's not gonna be... And there we go, kicked back to my dorm room because the internet's so bad. Hang on a second. Ugh. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, play a Backrooms game. I might not even do that. I might just play like... Well, all these games suck. Rubber skin. I wish I could use my controller with this. Whenever I plug my controller into my PC, it just starts spinning, and I can't stop. And that's the only control that works, too. The microphone and spinning are the only... Well, not the spinning control doesn't work, but the only thing that happens, it just starts spinning, and the only thing I control is, like, the microphone button. And maybe the watch. But basically, I can't play the game with the controller. Valentine date. From creators you follow. I don't follow any creators on this account. What do you mean from creators you follow? Pokeblox. You're telling me this game thinks I should be playing Pokeblox. I'm at a loss for words. Dude, oh my god, it's not even that serious. But what kind of garbage? I must have accidentally subscribed to somebody or something. Because there's no way that I'm, like... What kind of Movie 2369, restaurant 12... Yeah, okay. I'm sorry I had to see that. I'm sorry anybody watching the stream had to see that. I gotta find a game to play. Explore. Crescent Cliffs. You really think I'm gonna play Crescent Cliffs? I might play Crescent Cliffs. I won't play Crescent Cliffs, though. Because it's one of those hangout games. It's like My Valentine. You just sit around and, like... You just sit around and talk to people. But the thing is, when I play My Valentine, I don't sit around and talk to people. I sit around and do nothing. I just like the vibe of the room, if that makes sense. I'm gonna do one more Backrooms game. I might do a private instance, though, because I don't feel like... Well, no, nobody plays the old version of this game, so I'll just do the old version. Pokeblock sounds like something I don't want to know. You know what, Brayden? Just because you said that, I'm gonna play that game. After I'm done with getting a nostalgia trip from this game. How do I play? Oh. Okay, no, after I'm done having a 2022 nostalgia trip with this game, though, I'm playing Pokeblox, and we're gonna see what it's all about. I gotta get a drink. Okay. Select version. Greatest feature they ever added. Version 1.2. It might be version 2.3 that I'm looking for. I'm gonna do 2.3. I pressed 2.3. Oh. Dude, why am I so stupid? There's a play button right in front of my face, and I just wasn't pressing it. Also, let's see if we can get a nice, cool sound of me opening this can. In a sec. Okay, I went back too far. I think it's 3.2 I'm supposed to be on. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, no, I didn't have Rec Room when the game was like this. Also, I gotta start talking with more enthusiasm like I used to. Because I've noticed it almost feels like I'm trying to make my voice deeper. Even though it's just my regular voice. It's like my voice wants to be lower than it should be. I'm gonna change instance, though. And go to a slightly newer version of the game. I think it's either 3.2 or 2.5. I'm gonna say 3.2, because 2.5 seems too close to what this is. Because it's just version 2. I hope my mic's not on. It's not. Select version 3.2. Pretty sure that's what it is. And this is the version that's right before the version me and Alex used to play. So it's a little more basic, but the way it looks is basically the same. Like the exact same. Oh yeah. Also, did I see somebody else in here? Or am I just hallucinating? I'm probably just hallucinating. Hey, it's starting to get cloudy outside. This feels off. Not because it's a scary game, or because of literally anything else, like any other reasons it should feel off. This feels off because I'm playing a game I always play on the PlayStation, but I'm playing it on my PC. Like, it feels like my PC shouldn't be on right now, and I have the urge to go turn it off, so I'm like, oh, I'm not using that. But I am using it. It's kinda, like, noticeable, though. Because the graphics on this computer are a lot better than on the PlayStation. Like, you can't tell sitting kind of far back from the TV like I kind of am. But yeah. I'm hoping Alex can get his headset. Like, can get a new headset soon. So we can actually do some things. Because, you know, it might not seem like it's taking that much time. But let me tell you, when 2026 rolls around, and I'm only able to do parties once every 3 months, that's when the reality of the situation is going to kick in. Even though, no, I'm always going to be a very degenerative man. I don't do much. For a second there, I thought I was going back to my dorm. Alright. I want to eat something. I'm hungry right now. Playing games makes me hungry. And watching videos. And it's hard for me to eat if I'm not watching something interesting. Like, I'll be perfectly fine watching a video, and then I'll get my dinner, and when I start eating that, I'm like, no, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch something more interesting. There's like a specific brand of content I have to be watching when I'm eating. Don't know why. Feels like I'm wasting the meal if it's not something amazing. Also, I've like completely... Am I on auto sprint? I hope I am, because I don't know how to sprint. I don't think I am. But... see if my microphone works. Yeah, but I've completely memorized how to get out of this level. I'm not trying to right now. I'm going to see if I can find the monster, because I don't want to... My goal right now isn't to beat the game. I know that's silly. But it's been such a long time since I've been able to actually be, like, at peace playing this game. This is the first place I saw Bernie. That's what the monster's name is, by the way. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die because I can't run. Or I can't sprint. I can run. I'm running, but... Okay, never mind. But yeah, it's been such a long time since the last time I was able to play this game and actually enjoy it. Meanwhile, I'm running into walls. Is that the monster? Yes, it is. That's what I like to see. Why is he going so slow? Pick up the pace, Bernie. Hey, this was the first ever place I was at in this game. Well, what did I just say? Oh my god. And I got something in my throat right when I said say, so I sounded crazy. Is he still following me? I don't think so, because there's no way he's going that slow. Watch him just pop out right in front of me. What is this? A phone. This is what I was talking about, though. The version me and Alex originally played, it looked exactly like this, but there were some slight tweaks to it. Like it was a little more shiny, I guess. I think. I don't know. I don't completely remember. And I got kicked back to my dorm room because the internet sucks. I might end this stream. I would just make this a 40-minute stream and just end it here. Is there like a low latency mode I can do? Graphics quality. Low. What does that look like? I feel like my graphics are low on the PlayStation. Actually, no, it's not that low. There's shadows. Also, that's crazy. Turning the graphics to low literally just gets rid of the shadows. It actually just gets rid of the shadows. I was like kind of joking about that. That's literally all the graphic settings do. It just turns off the shadows. That's pretty cool. Can't you just like make some not imaginary. Can't you just like make some convincing shadows yourself? And like, dude, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm smoking crack. I want to see if there's anything I can do to, like, hack into the game later. Medium. It just dimmed the shadows a little bit. You gotta be more interesting than that, Rec Room. Come on. Also, I might stream, like, some Microsoft Flight Simulator later or something. And I just realized I can do that right now. I probably wouldn't stream that specifically, though, because it's, you know, internet-based and all that. Ugh. Show own name tag in third person. I'm gonna turn that on. Show voice lines, player names, yada yada. Audio, microphone off. Always on. Who has their microphone on always on? Who would ever do that? Why would you do that? Voice call. I wish they added a voice call thing, but it's the dumbest thing ever. Because if your mic's off in the game, you can't have your mic on in the voice call. So it's stupid. You're just, like, talking out loud to what sound... Like, if you're around other people, you're just talking out loud to what seems like nobody. To other people who are just far away. Just get in a party on something, like... Get in a Discord call or something. Get in a PlayStation party, something. An Xbox call. I don't know. There we go. This is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna go play a different game. This is what I get for ban evading. And it's crazy because I was already in my dorm room. You just kicked me back to where I was originally at. It doesn't tell you when someone subscribes to you in this game. Because I've never gotten a subscription notification. And my other... The Sten47 house account has like 150 subscribers. Oh yeah. As promised, Brayden, if you're still here, which you're not, because it says one person's watching, and that's me. But we're going to pretend you are. And I'm going to watch... We're gonna play Pookie Blocks. Pookie Blocks 14's Maker Room. So is the person's name? I'm joining this. And there's nothing in here. This is great. I gotta, like, download some new games. Because Rec Room, going back and forth like this, between my dorm room and, like, people's maker rooms, it's gonna... Or not people's maker rooms, but between my dorm room and whatever I'm trying to actually do, it's gonna get annoying after a while. I'm not gonna quit the game. I didn't mean to press that. I'm going to press... I'm going to go to the watch. Let's see what my Rec Room friends are doing. My Valentine and my Valentine. Perfect. These people sure do have lives. Jet Jones 5 is at a lower level than me, even though I've been playing the game for 1 day on this account. This is a masterpiece. That's what I'm saying, dude. This is the greatest game ever made. It's just a brick. Also, I'm gonna keep on saying it over and over. I love how everything in Rec Room makes me nostalgic now. Besides the new watch and all this, like, all the new nonsense they're adding, anything that has to do with, like, a Rec Room game is gonna give me some kind of nostalgia for 2022 in some way. Because I did so many things in Rec Room. Like, I can look at this and I can say, this reminds me of, I think it was early August or something, or late July 2022, when Alex was making his own game. And, you know, when he was starting off, obviously, it looked something like this. Just green with some blocks. Oh yeah, I'm gonna play that game. I've just remembered, Alex made a Backrooms game. I forgot what it's called, No Way Back. I don't know if it's public, though. And I don't remember what the cover looks like. I think it's just all the monsters. And I can't... I want to play Microsoft Flight Simulator in a minute. But the great thing about that game is it takes 6 hours to load up. Not the actual loading process, but when you first click on the game, it says checking for updates. The crazy thing about updates, you know, downloads and stuff, it's got to actually use Wi-Fi for that. I use this Google Map enhancement thing that makes it to where it's not going to take as long to load in the actual graphics. So that's like the one upside. I know. I'm going to have to go to my portfolio, though, on my other account. Or Alex's. I don't know if Tiki... Alright, I'm going to add friend, even though he's probably not going to be on the game. Yeah, on older version. Hasn't even played the game in a long time. But I'm going to go to his portfolio. Oh yeah, the game's not public. He might have deleted it too, I don't know. Watkins Glen. I remember, I think I was there when he made this. This is a pretty good Watkins Glen for a Roblox game. Because we have turn 1, the S's, the bus stop, the carousel, which you can't really make a good carousel. And then turn 6, and I think there's too many turns here. See if I remember the track correctly. Because, okay, we got the bus stop, then the carousel, then turn 6, then turn 7. Whatever, I'm smoking crack. I'm probably looking at it the wrong way too. Is it bad that I can tell this song was recorded with the Telecaster? Rec Military RP. I hate these people. These people who, like, 1 in every 6 people probably you meet in Rec Room, you're gonna look at their bio and it's gonna say something about Rec Military, you know, the 3rd Squadron, you know, whatever. A bunch of nonsense about the military as if they're doing something. Like, no, dude. Stop. Like, military roleplay is so big in Rec Room and I hate it. Like, I don't know why I hate it. I shouldn't hate it. But it's just, like, it's cringe to me. I go into someone's bio expecting to see something just like something real about them, you know, like whatever. And then I see Rec Room Military, 40-second, like I don't care, dude. I don't care that you're part of the Rec Room Military. Nobody needs to see that. And can I stop getting teleported back to my dorm room when I'm already in my dorm room? Maybe we can just go to the rec center. How about that? Rec center. That is amazing. Why do the characters look like this when they're loading in now? Look what my character looks like. This is disgusting. Dude, this is what I... Okay. Why did I not try to stop? I'm too caught up in, NASCAR games, where once you get a certain distance from the wall, you can't prevent yourself from hitting it. So I was about to say, this is what happens when I'm not paying attention to the game. Ooh, let's see if I can play back... Why do I have hands? I'm gotta change my avatar back to the classic bean, because this is not doing it for me. Right... How do I change back to classic? And I'm gonna get kicked back to my dorm room, I already know. Always show my hands. Yes, use the deprecated one. The deprecated one is a lot better than the new one. The defecated one. I'd rather use deprecated than defecated, if you know what I'm saying. Dude, I'm smoking crack, man. I don't know. What the? Is that a torpedo? No, it's an anvil. Okay, the point stands. Why the hell? I want to see if there's anything fun you can do. They got rid of the Friendatron, which sucks. I used to go in here and gift people things, because you have one free gift you can give someone per day. Well, you can't do that anymore. I don't know when they removed it, but... What? Did I just launch that guy backwards by running into him? This glitter gun was one of the first things I ever saw in this game. And there we go. I'm starting to think I might play P3D or something. I'll download a game. I don't know. I want to do something, and I don't want to keep getting sent back to my dorm room over and over again. And I feel like I've worn out Rec Room anyway. So, Brayden, if you're still here once again, what should we do? I can't do anything on Roblox, because I'd have to start a new stream. But I can do, out of everything on my computer, which it's kind of crazy, because you can't see... Oh, finally. Okay. You can't see much of the stuff on my computer, I don't think. Well, I can't, I mean. I think I was trying to say that there's not much on my computer, but I can't talk. Anyways. Everything on here is Flight Simulator related, I think. We got my VPN... Microsoft Edge, Active Sky, Jet stuff. It's all Jet stuff. I don't know if there's anything on there. Yeah, I might just go get on a Flight Simulator, though, like I said. That's what this background picture's from. 739. But I don't feel like waiting the hours it's going to take to load that up. I could have downloaded NR2003 on here or something, or iRacing. I might try to get iRacing on here. But if I do that, I'm going to wait till I get a new wheel and pedals. Because I literally wouldn't be able to use it. Help! Oh. I'm just going to do Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's going to take hours to load up. Because I'm streaming. But who cares? We can just tell, like, funny stories. Because you already know, whenever it's actually time to do something, I always have tons of stories to tell instead of actually doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm hoping the Talladega Cup race in a few weeks. I'm almost hoping it's a wreck fest. Because I might be the only person with this stance. I would much rather have a race be a wreck fest than have Talladega just be the same two lines the entire race. Where the same guy who led on lap 5 is leading on lap, like, 185. Because that's what always happens. There's no lead changes. The only time it ever looks like something's happening is when they're fuel saving 3 wide. Not real 3 wide. Also, I'm probably going to blow up my computer. Using way too much CPU. Is the stream as low quality right now as it looks on my end? For me, the stream's running in like 140. Oh, it says... I'm gonna have to move everything if I do this. And probably change all the volumes. Yeah, 2 or 3 wide train racing. It sucks. Because I would tune into Talladega so I can see, like, the Xfinity series when we go to Talladega is always my favorite, and it's like that with most tracks. But at least at intermediates, Cup can sometimes put on a good show. At Talladega, I'll watch Xfinity like 4 times. I'd rather watch Xfinity, like, dude, I'm making no sense right now. Basically, I'd much rather watch Xfinity. Because the Xfinity race, even if the Xfinity race can get boring and single file at times, if someone wants to make a move, they can make a move. So yeah, I'm definitely hoping the Cup Talladega race is like the 2023 Xfinity Talladega race. Where we had 2 flips, a bunch of stuff kept happening. Or, what I really want to happen, which it's probably like a rare circumstance for it to happen like at the perfect time. But 2022 Daytona Summer Race maybe, not the big wreck at the end, but where there's rain in the area. So people are just racing like jackwagons the entire time. Those have always been my favorite races. Like even the end of stage 1 at Michigan last year. Where whenever there's rain in the area, everyone's like, oh, you know, even if we're nowhere near halfway through the race, you know, oh my god, rain's coming, we gotta get out front here. So they're making the dumbest moves ever. Those are my favorite races. Because the entire thing's entertaining. I think 2021 Talladega Fall was like that too. I missed a lot of that race. Because I had to watch, what I did get to see, I had to watch in school. And I was still in middle school when that race happened. So, yeah, there wasn't much time for slacking off. Like, for example, in high school, like, I had to watch the Michigan race this last year in school, and I was just able to do that with no repercussions. But the only thing that could possibly get in the way is if the race somehow ends up ending at, like, 5 p.m., even if they started at 12, which makes no sense. Oh my god, this thing's taking forever to load. It usually doesn't even take this long. Actually, I don't know, because how long ago did it get to that screen? I think that was like a close to normal amount. Let's see if I got the CRJ update yet. Because this is supposed to be... No, I didn't. I am so happy. So you know what that means. I'm going to have to fly something... I might just fly this. But no, that's too basic. Everyone flies 737. Oh yeah, Alex actually told me. Like, something about his house. I'm not gonna go to his house in the stream, actually. That's stupid. But I just remembered. What should I fly? I want to fly something that I see in real life a lot. Which... I might actually fly this. Because this looks interesting, especially for... I don't like the default liveries. I'm going to fly this one. The CJ4. And I'm going to start off just in honor of Alex. I'm going to start off... What airport's this? Atlantic Field. Wolf's Den. I'm probably way off right now. I'll just go to Charlotte. Actually, no. I want to... Since I'm flying something small, I want to be at a regional airport. Set as departure. We got real time and real weather. And I'm going to have to move myself up to where my flight controls are. I have to move my TV. So much stuff I have to move. This actually might not be as hard as I thought. I also think I just turned the gain on. Is my microphone still on? This is like... Did I accidentally press something? I don't know if it actually worked. I think it says... Is it too loud now? Dude, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it the way it is right now. Alright, it looks like...
Kilo Echo Quebec Yankee traffic Cessna Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra taking off runway 5 straight out departure.
Is my mic even on? It looks like...
Kilo Echo Quebec Yankee traffic Cessna Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra taking off.
I'm just gonna keep it the way it is right now. Oh my god. Is my mic even on? Oh my god, I had the microphone off that whole time. Okay, I was saying this map enhancement mod is carrying right now, and it's the only reason I'm able to... It's the only reason we're here. Like, also, I changed my controls. Like, I changed the sensitivity to be more... Why is the parking brake on? No, I changed it to be more compatible with the CRJ in this game, which, oh my god. I have stick drift on my yoke. That's how bad things are. That's how low in life I am. I know. But this thing hopefully won't be as twitchy as it normally is, because the CRJ is really twitchy. Alright, gear up. Positive rate. Trim in this... I just knocked over a bunch of coasters. No, the trim in this jet actually works at a pretty realistic rate. There are a lot of jets in these games where the trim is like unrealistically fast. Like unbelievable, blazing fast. What do I do now, though? Not what do I do. What should I do? Where should I go? I didn't make a flight plan. Going way too fast. Over 250, below 10,000. That is not good. I'm just gonna fly around in full landing configuration. Just because I'm crazy. Gear down. And flaps full. There we go. I might be overspeeding the flaps right now, because I don't think they're coming out. Where's the flaps at, son? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I think I am too fast for the flaps. I'm gonna... Dude, I sound like the biggest dumbass in the world, but I'm actually trying to describe things. Because usually when I'm flying, I don't say anything. I just do it. Is there like another flaps lever I have that's interfering with this? There we go. Alright, full flaps. There are no airports anywhere around me, so that was a bad idea. But not really, because I can just... Let's see if I can hold an airspeed first. See if I can hold like 130. Microsoft's environment... Well, Microsoft didn't make this, but the Microsoft Flight Simulator environment is like unrealistically bumpy. Like there's not a second of smooth air. This is the smoothest air you'll ever see. And even now I'm still like kind of bouncing around. Right, but I'm gonna try and hold between 128 and 132. That's the window I should be holding right now. I don't think anybody's watching the stream because this is like completely opposite from what I'm normally doing on this channel. Not opposite, obviously, but it's not what I'm normally doing. Not really even close, actually. I'm normally driving cars. Now I'm flying jets. Trying to make things a little bit more interesting by being in the outside view, but I hate flying from the outside because you can't see what's going on. All right, 122. I might just start talking about a bunch of random stuff. These things are still really twitchy, because look at... It's just bouncing around like a toy. The pitch axis on this jet's a lot better than the CRJ, though. Like, the pitch... Yeah, it's nice and stable on the pitch. I might actually go try and land somewhere that's economical. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna slew myself all the way across where the next airport's at. Probably the one I took off at. I don't know where that's at, though. I'm doing nothing right now. I might try and do a full flight with this jet. If I can find an airport. I might just go spawn at another airport. That would probably be easier. than slewing around trying to find one. That might be Charlotte Airport. Yes, it is. That's what I like to see. I'm gonna get a little lower. And I'm gonna do an approach from about here. Landing gear. A little too high. By a little, I mean a lot. I'm way too high. But blame that on slew mode. Too fast now, too. It's a great combination. Just gonna try and keep it as smooth as possible. It's pretty difficult to do in Microsoft because, like I said, way too bumpy of an environment. I've also got a tailwind, which is just my luck. Every single time I go to an airport where I don't know the weather, I always end up landing on the wrong runway. Like in the wrong direction. I cannot see that runway. It's way too bright. There's no call outs, so I might pound this in. Alright, that was an actual smooth landing, I think. I normally don't care about how smooth my landings are, but, since I'm streaming, I don't want to make it I don't want to pound it in too hard. Okay, this is working a lot better than I was expecting it to, though. Like I said, I was expecting it to be, like, lagging all over the place. Because I'm going to rewatch that. Okay. I see Braden. I see you asked if the mic was off earlier. Yes, apparently it was. Because I pressed a button by accident and I thought I turned it on overdrive, but apparently I ended up turning it off after that. Okay, what should I fly now, though? I'm probably just going to fly a CRJ. And I'm also probably just going to fly it around the same area. Because I don't feel like planning out an entire flight. This is the first time I've ever streamed this. I'm hoping my CPU isn't getting burned up right now, because I know as good as this computer, like as decent as it runs, I feel like me streaming right now is like killing it. Like, it's not making any noises or anything. The fan's not blaring loud or anything. It's running normal. I just feel like I'm overloading it. Since we're flying out of Charlotte, I'm going to do American Eagle. November 562, November. It's a lot of November for the middle of April. Gonna start off at Charlotte. Probably gonna end off at Charlotte, but the right runway this time. 18 center. And I'm gonna do a few approaches with just like, I wanna do a few just raw approaches, and then I'll do an ILS approach. I've already said this jet's really twitchy on the pitch, and like, yeah, it's insane.
November, ready at runway 18 center, departing straight out.
Alright, I'm gonna hide the yoke because that's gonna get distracting. And I'm gonna take off first. Also, how loud is everything? I feel like it's... I'm gonna move my mic a little closer, because I feel like the game's like almost as loud as me. Probably a good thing for anyone watching. I'm pretty annoying. I gotta turn... I don't know why it always starts off with the taxi lights on with the landing lights off. Like, I get it if you're starting off in like a parked configuration. If I'm starting off in a ready-to-go configuration, I feel like I should... I'm not taking off with flaps 20. But I'm gonna... Since I'm not gonna do a full circuit around, I'm just gonna take off with flaps 20 just for this. Park and brake off. And I'm gonna go toga. I'm gonna go to the outside so we can get all the nice engine sounds. I don't have any sound packs for this though, so it's just the default sounds. It's really twitchy with the rudder too, and with the nose wheel steering. As you can see, I've tried to turn, I already said earlier, but I turned my sensitivity on the pitch axis way down. There we go. See, because now it flies kind of normally. I gotta get this stick drift off this. I gotta make this stick just not control the camera, actually. I just remembered I can do that. Alright, but that is nice. The only reason I did a takeoff is because if I just slewed onto the approach right there, it would have started me at like 250 knots with flaps 45. That would not have been a good situation. So I'm going to go flaps 45 now. Watch them come out. Couldn't really see that at all. But okay, now I can slew on the final approach. Shut up. I'm about to re-enter the airspace. I'm gonna try 2,700 feet here. I gotta get back in the cockpit. I cannot see anything. Alright, that's a little high. It's hard to tell though, because I can't... Let me see if I can actually get situated here. There we go. Try to hold around... I didn't hear the last transmission, son. I feel like I'm a little high now. Probably gonna be quiet here for a few minutes so I can land without distracting myself. Already said it plenty of times. The Sky and Microsoft, way too turbulent. Like, what do we have? Like an 11 knot headwind, I think that says. Which, it's not nothing, but it's definitely not enough to be causing oscillations like that. Oh god.
November, did you hear my last transmission?
$500 looking good. I think that's too white, too red. I can't tell because it's so bright. Yeah, that's what it looks like though.
November, ATC services terminated.
Man, I don't care. I'm not using a dumbass AI air traffic control anyway. Floating this one out way long. There we go. I gotta set up a replay tool or something. Which, there's a built-in replay tool. It's not that good, but it's... well, it's good enough, I guess. I'm gonna rewatch that landing now. Alright, I'm gonna set up a replay tool for this next one. The built-in replay tool. Which, like I said, isn't that good, but it's not terrible. Experimental replay tool on. Apply and save. Go back. Now I gotta spawn myself in the air. Get this speed way back down. And now, for another nice raw data approach. This is not a good position to be starting in. There we go. I feel like I'm at a slightly more appropriate altitude than last time. Gotta get the power up, because we're going pretty slow. Too slow. And right about now, start recording. I usually start recording a little later, because I don't want to rewatch the entire approach. I just want to watch the last like 30 seconds or so. Maybe a little more than 30 seconds. Because I like seeing like wobbles and all that. We're in some pretty nice finally back on speed. Been a good bit too slow the entire approach. way too high now.
400.
And too fast, but I don't really care at this point.
200. 100. Sink rate. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
I'm gonna watch that, and I'm gonna do this camera track recording so I can actually change my camera position. I wish I could skip through this a little bit, though. And obviously, start me out with the speed brakes out, because I'm gonna go to showcase. Change the drone speed to 250. Get down a little. Get off drone follow mode. And hopefully the view will at least roughly follow the jet. It's not too great at that most of the time. See it getting tossed around by the wind. That's actually pretty good. Doing a pretty good job of following it. Not anymore. It's going too fast. You know. It was fine. Especially for what it would normally do in that situation. Oh yeah, and I can just catch back up. No, get out of the way. Dang it. Why is it going so fast? And there's the silky smooth touchdown. Too smooth. Oh my god. I gotta set up a replay. I just realized I had the replay tool open during that entire approach. Way too high now. And too fast, but I don't really care at this point. 200. I know. Alright. I'm gonna do that again, but from like a more of a side angle. Where am I? Camera track recording. Showcase again. Go on drone lock mode. Like I said, a little more of a side view so I can see how much bouncing it's really doing. I know it's gotta be insane amounts. Let's see if I can find like a nice clear patch to stand in. So I can turn off follow mode. I'm just gonna go up a little bit. And that's actually following real nicely this time. It was a pretty poor approach on my part, but I could take a nice screenshot from this. I'm not doing a good job working with these camera controls. Alright. Looks real nice. I don't like how crooked it is, but I don't know how to fix that. There we go. I wish the control surfaces actually moved in the replay, but it doesn't really matter. And there's that crazy twitchy ground handling. I want to see if there are any parts of that approach where I got like really twitchy. I'm gonna go back and watch it. This is probably annoying to anybody watching the stream, but it's like what else can I do? Trying to have the tiniest bit of fun here. Not really working out. I'm gonna do that again. Track recording. Oh. Oh yeah, I gotta do drone lock mode while I'm like right in the center of it. Get off follow mode. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell. I've said it probably 30 times. I'm doing nothing important right now. Having fun doing something nobody wants to watch. Nobody here, at least. I'm just gonna keep watching this. This nonsense wasn't in the way. That would have been a good clip. Whoa, I'm in control. I did not know it was going to do that. That was a hard-ass landing. Alright, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep on doing the same thing hundreds more times. Because that is what's fun to me. Go back. I'm going to land on this runway over here, though. I think it's 18 right, because I was just on 18 center. 3200 should be good. I'm going to start the recording a little later, like I said I was going to. Oh my god. Starting off with a bang, actually. Alright, oh my god, the wind. I'm just gonna start the recording here and get that off my screen, unlike the last time. I was about to say I'm able to hold speed a little better than I was earlier. Probably not for long, as the wind starts to get a little gusty, and as I get closer to these trees. Getting a little high, I don't really care that much. It's getting real pitchy right now. I'm not doing anything either. It's all turbulence. Yeah, I think I'm way too high right now. I can't even see the pappy lights, but 1,000 feet here, that's too high. Yeah, this will be a go-around in real life. Way too high now. Lost a ton of speed, I don't know why. I was holding a pretty consistent thrust, but the thing with the thrust, I don't know if it's just the throttles I have, maybe they're not calibrated, because I don't really care to look into how the actual CRJ throttles work, but it feels like Airbus throttles, where if I hold the throttles at 50% it's idle, and then I have to push it up to like what would normally be like 70 or 80% N1, and then it'll finally start actually moving. There we go. Pretty average landing. Gonna watch that. Camera track recording as usual, and let me guess, speed brakes are out? Yes, they are. this road over here. Yeah, I'm having fun right now. I really am. I'm gonna do a full flight in a minute, because this is... I said I wasn't gonna do it. This is too boring. Not doing one. We're gonna stand on this highway. I like standing on highways for this. You can see it's starting to get kind of pitchy now. Yeah, if there wasn't so much stuff on my screen, though, these would be like good screenshots. There weren't so many trees in the way. There we go, pretty average landing. The second you touch the ground with this jet, it's like it just grips in and it's just all over the place. This is still the V1 though, and I hear the V2 is better. Like a little better with that, but I can't get that right now. This stream is really bad. Is anybody watching the stream? If so, I'm sorry. Because now I'm just screwing around on my iPad, not even talking. And there's nothing to keep you occupied. It says 2 people are watching, which means 1 person's watching. Okay. Now. I'm at least gonna do a full circuit around the airport. And for once I'm gonna try, well, for once. For the first time in this stream, I'm gonna do an actual ILS approach. I'm gonna shortcut this a little bit. Just put the destination airport, because that's all I'm doing. I'm gonna go to arrival, and I'm pretty sure that's 18 right I've been landing on. So, well, been. The one I just landed on. So 18 right. And I'm gonna set flaps 8 for takeoff. Toga power. Parking brake off. Okay, I gotta change that. I'm not... Search by input. Not that. Clear current input. And clear current input. There we go. So that's not going to be bothering me anymore. Shouldn't be, at least. Alright, that's good. Is the parking brake back on? Alright. Anyways, gonna do one circuit around the airport. I am so glad I can actually use the rudder without, you know, my view flopping all over the place. Alright. Should be fast enough. There we go. Oh my god, there's a lot of crosswind. Positive rate. Here's coming up. I'm gonna go out and look at that. It's that highway I was just pretending to be on. I could just do a full day of this. Holding 180 for now. I'm gonna hand fly this as long as I feel comfortable doing that. Gonna try and hold 180 though. See if I can do that and get the altitude up to like 3,500 maybe. It's starting to get nice and twitchy up here though, again. Also, that was 160 I was holding. I can't see the airspeed indicator. Gonna keep flaps 8 out. There we go. Now I'm at 180. I'm at like 185. It's 352. It's not 352. It is. I didn't even think it was actually 352. I thought I saw a 2, and then I realized it was the 5 backwards, reflecting off the edge of the screen. That's why I said it's not 352. But apparently it was. Alright, I'm probably going to turn the autopilot on here, so I have the time to get situated. And to be able to actually, like, focus on holding a consistent airspeed, because this, like I said, the throttle calibration, mine must not be calibrated good enough, because I find it hard to believe. Well, obviously, this, my engine 2 throttle's always been like this. It's weird. I hear a helicopter outside. Alright, holding around 4,000 feet. That's good. I'm gonna set the altitude to 4,000 instead of 10,000. 4,000 autopilot, and it's on roll mode, so it's following whatever I was doing. I'm gonna go heading mode though. Heading select, and that's that is going to be way too close of a turn in. I am not doing that. I'm going to extend the downwind a little more. I don't know if I've explained. Well, no, I don't talk about jets on this channel. Whenever I am doing these, I don't like flying with the glide slope that much. I know a lot of people pretty much only fly their approaches with the glide slope. I don't like doing that because then I feel like I need to chase it sometimes. Like, I'll get a little low and I'll be like, oh crap, and then I'll realize, oh yeah, it's the Aerosoft CRJ. So I pull back on it a tiny bit, and then all of a sudden, I think I might have accidentally turned off the autopilot doing that. Okay, no, I didn't. I'm surprised. That should have turned it off. So I gotta see the heading for this runway 36 left. Really any of the 36s, because they're all the same heading, but where's the map at? Because that's the heading I need to fly. Not the Vortac. Okay, 36 left. Okay, 0003. That is great. There's that. Should be good. Okay, the airport's over there. I can barely see it because the screen is like... The screen isn't high quality enough. I wish I had an actual monitor sometimes, because I'm not able to see this PC's graphics in full form. Like the stream, even with the bitrate on my stream being so low, the stream can probably see the graphics better than I can. Like the true graphics. I wish I had an actual monitor sometimes. Right, holding 200 right now. At 4,000 feet. Just now, finally, the glide slope's coming up. As soon as I initiate the right turn, I'm going to slow down to 180 knots. We're holding close to 200 right now, a little lower than that, 197. In real life, I'd probably be going 210 about now, but, you know, I want to keep things kind of simple. I'm going to go ahead and start the right turn. Onto base. I think in real life it would just be heading 090, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make it, once again, a little more, you know, precise, I guess. I'm going to arm the approach in a minute, slowing down to 180. Don't want to slow it down too much. It's 180 or greater. I'm going to arm approach mode here. I'm going to do that as soon as it gets settled in this turn, because it likes to capture the localizer way early and start the turn a little sooner than I'd like. So yeah, right around about another 8 seconds or so, I'll arm the approach. There's that. And I'll get configured a little earlier than normal, just because I can do that. There's a localizer. So you captured at a pretty convenient time that time. Can't see the airport because my computer graphics, there it is. We overshot the localizer, but it's not a huge deal. What is a huge deal is the amount of speed we're losing right now. Coming to 160. I mean, I might just slow it to 160 just so I can get configured easier. There's the runway. Might use a little rudder to help it pull out of this turn. Actually, no, there's the runway we're going to. Still overshot it by quite a bit. Gonna go to... I just went to flaps 35 by accident, or 30 by accident. Flaps 20. Bring the speed back up. I'll just hold between 160 and 180. Zoom out a little bit so I can actually see what's going on. Catch the glide slope. This thing likes to capture the glide slope in really aggressive fashion. Like, as soon as it gets hooked onto this, it's gonna start diving. Just a second, probably. There we go. That was kind of aggressive. I've seen it be a lot crazier with that. Alright, a perfect, holding the perfect 180. I'm gonna go ahead and go gear down. It's cool to have a piece of hardware that does that. There we go. And we're slowing. The approach speed in this jet, this is just a default weight, so I don't know exactly what weight it is, but normally at default I'll keep it between like 130 and 140. Usually about 140 actually. I'll bring in flaps 45 and just dump it all in. There we go. Add a little more power. And then a lot more power. As soon as it gets around 140. Holding a little above 140 now, but that's fine with the winds being the way they are. Slight bit of a nose down attitude. And as soon as the exposure fixes itself up where I can actually see the runway, I'll take manual control. There we go, I'll just take it now. Probably notice I'm being really quiet right now. Focusing all my attention on this approach.
One thousand.
Getting low. Forgot to start recording, but that's fine. Don't need to record every landing I do.
400. 300. 200.
Got way too low there because I lost a bunch of speed. So that approach was a disaster, but that was already established like a minute in.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Yeah, that was pretty bad, but I felt like I was bouncing all over the place there. looks a lot more twitchy when I'm actually doing it than it does in the replay. Like, by replay, I don't mean like the in-sim replay. I mean like rewatching the stream. You know, it's kind of funny. There was a time, 2 hours ago now, where I was playing Rec Room during the stream. It's not crazy I was playing Rec Room during the stream now. It's crazy that was that long ago. These 2 hours ago. That wasn't the last time I was playing, but it was like close to an hour ago now. It was the last time I was playing Rec Room in this stream. Which that is a little crazy. Yeah, but this stream has basically just become watch Ethan practice landings. I gotta get back in the cockpit. We are about to land. What makes you think that, son? Just getting out of the good speed. 2800 should be good for where I want to start. And unfortunately, I'm going to be following a glide slope again. The glide slope is way below me. Not way, way. A little bit way. I'm going to record this one again. Not going to be able to get that off my screen. I was trying to like make corrections while I was turning the replay on. And you can probably hear I left the stream on in the background. slow. I'm gonna have to put like some silly music in the background or something, so this isn't awkward. Like, it would still be awkward, but not as awkward. Jesus Christ.
300.
Losing a lot of lift over these trees.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30.
I don't even care to actually touch down after that.
10.
Camera track recording. Nothing new. Drone lock mode. Change the drone speed so I can okay. Excuse me. I wanna move. I know I was really pitchy on that one. I said that for the last couple, but I don't think I actually was like too pitchy on most of those. This one, I was losing it. Head's bobbing all over the place. You know, the nose. That should be a good spot. If it would stop making me move. There we go. Why is it moving? I'm not doing that. Is it the lock mode that's doing that? Oh yeah, you can see the nose way up in the air there. Trying not to crash into the trees. Alright. I wish I could, like, restart the replay without going back. Camera track recording. Showcase. Lock mode. Set the speed really high and then turn off follow mode. Because with follow mode it's just going to be following the same. It's going to keep moving forward basically. Hey, look at these houses. I don't think I have the actual like photo realistic houses here, so it's just default houses. Why does the camera keep moving? I think there might be a control on this yoke that's supposed to be like that maybe used to do the camera. Basically the same thing that happened with the rudder camera thing. The rudder camera. What am I talking about? Rudder am I talking about? I'm gonna go over here. I've seen a lot of real life approach videos from this spot right here. I can actually get my act together. Right about there is where I got way too low. Oh yeah, you can see all the bobbles and bounces I was doing there from this angle. And obviously I didn't finish the landing. I did not know I could do that. Well, I did, but camera track recording, showcase, that's... Alright, hang on. I'm going to start that off here. I am not used to how this works. Camera track recording, play, showcase, lock mode, high speed, get off follow mode, and maybe, just maybe, I can get down into that spot a little sooner so I can watch the entire approach from there. No, I'm in the wrong spot. I guess that's close enough though, especially if I get that out of here. I was way too low right there. What did I just do? Trying to get back a little bit. I feel like this replay mode kind of glorifies the approach a little bit. It makes it look a little less choppy than it actually was. I'm gonna turn the bit rate back up a little bit. Video bit rate, I'm gonna change that back up to 36. Go back and watch that again. And of course, the part where I moved. I might change airlines in a minute. Let's see if that looks any better in the stream now that the bit rate's higher. I don't know if it does, actually. Alright. Go back to the beginning of this approach. I might try and go to an airport that's got, like, even higher winds than this. I feel like that'd be kind of fun. Just try and land in bad conditions. Also, I can follow the same glide slope for this, I think we're landing on the 18th, for this 18 center here. Oh my god, I'm going slow. Gotta put the iPad down. I want a repeat of the last approach. And I'm not gonna be really trying to do anything with the glide slope this time. It feels a lot more smooth than the last one did. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna pull pull it way back. I feel way too high right now. It's kind of what it looks like. So maybe I shouldn't follow the same glide slope, which, sometimes you gotta learn the hard way. That wasn't really a hard way. I was just coming in a little high and steep. There we go. On profile, follow the Pappies. I know in Microsoft, the Pappies are a little unreliable sometimes, though. And by sometimes, I mean a lot of the time. Sometimes you get a centimeter off the path and it's giving you 4 reds. Other times you'll be way off and it's giving you, like, perfect readings.
200.
Keep pulling the power back too much. I'm used to regular jets. Or pulling the thrust back half an inch isn't gonna send you straight to idle.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Once again, I'm not gonna touch down because I don't want the replay to have the speed brakes out. Camera track recording, showcase, go lock. Drone speed way up, and then there you can see it bouncing a lot in that one. It's nice. We got a nice haze back here. If I do a full flight, I'm just going Charlotte to Atlanta too, because that's a pretty short flight. I might not even do a glide slope, kind of like what I just did. I don't know, there's just a lot of jets I like having a glide slope. The CRJ just feels a lot more comfortable without one. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Keeps on moving my camera. I don't know why. I don't know what's influencing it. If there's something, yeah, because I'm not doing that. It keeps on, the camera keeps on dragging itself. There's the jet over there. I'm gonna move a little further this way. You can see the crab with how windy it is. I think it's like it's trying to follow the... It's like it's trying to follow it. I think that might be what's happening. It's trying to follow the jet, but then it realizes, oh yeah, I've got follow mode off. Doesn't want to accept it though. There we go. Got a nice shadow right there. See, a lot more bobbly than the 18 right approach I did. Also, the nose is a lot higher. Going a little slower. A little lower too, I think. And there we go. At the very end. That'll be a nice screenshot if all this garbage wasn't on the screen. There was a lot of correction right around here. Like a lot of wobbles. Right around here. Right there. It looked a lot bigger than that in the first time I saw that. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can. Well, see. I'm gonna go to SimBrief and I'm gonna make a flight plan. Because I feel like, for me, this isn't boring at all. For me, I'm having like a blast right now. Most fun I've ever had in my life. But that's me, the guy who's actually doing it. I feel like watching me land 62 times isn't the most fun thing in the world. I am, before I do anything with the actual stream, I'm going to go back and watch that part where I was kind of all over the place. I think it was when I was talking about pulling the thrust back half an inch. Just talking about stuff that doesn't really matter. You know, I might actually just do a bunch of flights. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's play, cram in as many flights as you can before the sun sets. That's what I'm gonna spend my entire Thursday doing. That is great. Gonna turn that off. Gonna go ahead and just land it. Pretty hard landing, but it was coming down pretty quick anyway. Always use the parking brake to stop it. I'm gonna put the replay tool away for now. I haven't done a full flight in this jet in a while. I'm gonna do 80 passengers. Actually, no. I'm just gonna take whatever SimBrief says I need. Actually, no. Because SimBrief logged me out, I think. Yeah, and I remember my login, but I don't feel like logging in right now. So I'm just gonna look for a real flight. Out of Charlotte, though, on Flight Radar. Just find a CRJ flight. Preferably a 900. But I have the 700 too, anyway. So. I'm gonna set everything up really quickly. I'm not gonna be too realistic with it, which I wouldn't be realistic with the CRJ anyway, because I don't know if I've said it already, but this jet is like it's not super, you know, it's not crazy study level type stuff, if that makes sense. Hey, there was a flight to Atlanta 10 minutes ago. It's Blue Streak 5067. I'm just going to look that up. I'm not going to look it up on Google. I'm going to look it up on FlightAware. Because FlightAware shows the route. And I'll have to just guess with the fuel, but everything else, yeah, and I'll just, instead of actually taxiing out, I'm just gonna spawn myself here, right at the runway threshold. Gotta reset the flight plan. to Atlanta. And then PSA, so JIA 5067. I don't have to put this, I just do it. Perf in it. For this, I can just copy all that data from here. So I will just do a basic amount of passengers. Or not basic, but I'll just do 76. Forward cargo, I don't care about any of that stuff. Fuel, I feel like this should be good, but I'll do a little more just to be on the safe side. So it doesn't say how much time or how much mileage I can get off this. Alright. Going to learn. I'm pretty sure at Atlanta they're landing on the 2.6s and 2.7s. So I haven't heard anything today. But actually no, because last night, like early this morning, I heard some stuff landing on this side. So 280 at 10. Okay, so yeah, we're landing on 2.7 left. I just copy, set payload and simulator, copy the data of the FMS. There we go. Cruise altitude, I gotta look at that. 22,000 feet. Alternate cruise altitude, I don't know, 20,000 feet. VNAV setup, I don't really need to do any of that. Okay, that's fine. And it's Bobsy 4. In real life it's Bobsy 5, but they've changed it. Gonna take off from whatever runway I'm on now, 18 center I think. 18 center, Bobsy 4, Townsley. Aussie 1. So we'll be landing on 2.6 right then. I'm used to coming in from the south. It's Levi. 2.6 right. I usually don't like landing on 2.6 right. I don't know what it is. There's just something about 2.6 right that like I always end up having kind of wobbly approaches on 2.6 right. Alright, something fun about this jet, it's a lot more manual than most of the stuff that most people fly, which is why I like to fly. Because I don't like doing like long haul flights, for example, because you're just sitting there like, okay, I get to do something for takeoff, and for the first 10,000 feet, whoopity-doo, that's going to be like 5 minutes. Like, so in total, in a really long haul, like 6-hour flight, I probably have a total of like 20 to 25 minutes of actually doing something, and everything else I'm just sitting there. Like one time I was doing a long haul flight, I went to sleep, and then when I woke up I landed. I was in 2023. Alright, everything looks good. Pretty sure I'm at flaps 8 right now. Yeah, okay, I set that. Toga. Just take off, go around. My brakes are set. There we go. I hope the simulator sounds high enough so you can actually kind of hear this. I have no idea what the V-speeds are. But I've already said I'm not taking this super seriously. Or any flight with this jet super seriously, for that matter. Go. Eat all that crosswind. Positive rate. Gear up. See if I can go out and see that before it's already up. Try and hold something around 180 or 200. Be straight out for a little while. Gonna make make a right turn on my own terms. Coming to climb thrust. Climb thrust means I'll put the flaps up and slats up. We're going fast enough for that. Level out the climb a tiny bit to get up to 250. And I have no idea why I left it on approach mode this whole time. That was probably a bad idea. I'm gonna go speed. It's on altitude capture. Not a good thing. Speed. Climb 250. Alright, and it got itself into a pretty steep climb there. God, the trim is way too fast on this. Look, you can see the entire stabilizer move. Like, obviously that's what trim does, but it's not that fast. Alright, but we're in climb thrust, at least trying to be. And I'm gonna turn the autopilot on. Jesus. Okay, no. I'm gonna turn the autopilot on just because I want to get everything sorted out here. I'm gonna go to direct. Oh my god. Do that, and then nav, and then we should be following that. Why are we not following that? Oh my god, it's on roll mode. Nav source. I want to go FMS1. I'm really glad I figured out how to do that. Because there were a couple flights I did when I was first learning this jet. I'm going to have to go back in here and turn the landing lights off. But when I was first learning this jet, there were a couple times when it went into roll mode and I just gave up. I was like, alright, I'll just follow the flight plan manually, just using the heading select. And make it a more direct course. Alright, we're above 10,000. So I can bring all these lights up. Should have turned the nose gear light off sooner. And the wing inspection light can come off, and there we go. Now I can bring the speed up a little higher. I'm going to bring it to 275. What do I have the altitude set to? Is that 13,000? Yes, it is. I'm going to set that to 22,000, and I'm going to go to the outside until we get around 20,000. Maybe even 21,000. So we can admire the view. The quality is pretty questionable because I'm using a lot of internet right now. The 2013 Daytona 500, it was terrible. I think I rewatched that entire race. Actually, no, I didn't. I'm thinking there was a 2013 Talladega Fall race was terrible too, because I rewatched that race. There was one crash, and then after that they were single file the rest of the race, including the last lap, and then they crashed. Like, that was actually the worst Talladega race I ever watched. Also, sorry if I responded to that comment like an hour after you sent it. I was looking at flight plans. Through 16,000, I'm going to have to set the altimeter back to standard 299 once we get to 18,000. god. That is a hell of a bank angle. It's a Christopher Bell of a bank angle, actually. Yeah, I'll stay on the outside view until like 21,000. Because once it gets there, it'll start leveling off, and then I'll have to actually look at things. Unfortunately. We got 500 more feet. Being able to comfortably do nothing. There we go. And now it's going to start leveling off. So the speed's going to... I didn't mean to do that. I'm used to my P3D controls. Where the S key switches the view. But in this, the S key just centers it. Altitude capture. Bring the thrust back a little bit. Not too much, because it likes to have a conniption when I do that. I think I gotta go to nav menu. No, there's a button on here. I forgot what it was. I think it's this, or... It's something where it'll show up on this. I don't know. I actually don't know how I forgot. There we go. I knew it was one of the buttons that had a bunch of words on it. Yeah, there we go. It says top of climb in 25 nautical miles, which we're already there. So, look at the legs page and see. So yeah, we got a while till the descent starts. A good while. Speed's getting a little higher. I don't really care about holding a consistent speed right now. If anything, I'd rather be too fast, so we can get there quicker. I'm rewatching my landings from earlier. Might watch my Darlington reactions right now. Okay, top of descent 78. Yeah, we got a while till we start descending. I love how this stream's called Ban Evading. So I was planning on it being just Rec Room. Now we're flying and I'm watching my own 2025 race reactions. The reason I specified the years because I'm only watching the ones from this year.
We're in the right formation for it. Dude, I don't. Oh, I was about to say, I don't know how much I trust custom. Oh my god, look at Breeze. Oh my god. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I have never seen. He did a front blow over. I have never seen that before in my life. My hearing process in this belt got a little long. Oh my.
There's nothing going on, son. We got 42 nautical miles until I get to do something again. Hey, the clouds are starting to get dark outside. We're going to Atlanta, and look at what we're flying over. Some nice dark clouds. That is believable, because I have live weather on. Every time I fly in a simulator, I try to have live weather on, because it's, like, P3D doesn't have that on its own, and it's like it feels dead, just because there's no live weather, and because the scenery sucks, because it's just stock images of cities. And that's like the most depressing. Like, they could use stock imagery of literally anything else. I don't like how they use stock images of cities from like 2004. That was when I perceived everything in the world as looking like a Windows XP background or something. Not. Well, yeah. Because, like, it was all. I don't know. I just see it as like. There wasn't much going on. Like, what would be a boring time period, probably. Like 2004. Only 27 more. Oh, man. I don't think I'm going to do many flights after this. I'm trying to do as many as I can before the sun goes down, because I don't like flying it. I might actually just do some night flights. I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling frisky later. I'm never saying that again. At least in that context. And as usual, I'm gonna spend the rest of the time we have in cruise watching my landings I did earlier. Looks like we're turning, which makes sense because we're on an arrival procedure. I said I was gonna do a full flight in a minute, an hour and 11 minutes ago. Boy, did I wait a little while to do that. My god, I was sitting on the same screen for like 20 minutes earlier. There's a picture of after I landed. How much fuel do I have left? It looks like a lot. I don't know if fuel consumption's off or something. I don't think it is. Only a few more miles left. Looks like. Yeah, 7 more miles. Nautical miles. I want to back this out a little bit so I can actually see. I'm really familiar with this arrival procedure because I've done it a bunch of times. Like, we're talking hundreds of times over the past. Because I started doing, like, flight simulators and stuff, like, really getting into it in early 2023. So since then, I've done it, like, yeah, a bunch of times. Because there'll be times I do, like, 8 flights a day if I'm really bored. During a break or something. Alright. Bring the power back a tiny bit. I thought I just saw something in the room, but I guess not. Right. Power's coming back a little. Go speed. Oh. Because I'm stupid. Speed. I'm just gonna bring the altitude down to, whatever. bring it down to 4,000. Just because I can level off wherever I want later. As long as I'm paying attention, at least. Doing a nice shallow descent. Where does it say I gotta be at this next waypoint? 18,000 feet, and we're at 21,000, so I'll bring the power back a little more. By a little more, I mean a ton more. Why does my music channel that I made by accident have, like, actual subscribers? 3 subscribers, not that much, but... You know, it's something. I feel like that was a little louder than I wanted it to be. Back to where it should be. Gotta be at 13,000 for this one. And at 13,000 I'm gonna bring the power back. And bring the speed back to 250. Or 240. 250s for climb. Probably gonna miss that altitude by a little bit. I'm gonna bring the power back a little more. I haven't been talking a lot lately because I've been looking at... I'm watching jet videos right now. Alright, yeah, I'm a little high. I don't really care too much. I'm gonna bring the speed to 240. I'll bring the power all the way back, actually. Just for this. It's gonna enter a pretty steep descent. As soon as we get to the speed. I might start streaming stuff like this on my other channel. Yeah, my jet channel. Oh yeah, I'm pretty high. Usually making this turn at like 8 or 9,000 feet, and I'm at 11,000. I'm gonna bring the speed brake out. Passengers are not gonna appreciate this. Go ahead and turn the landing lights on. There's the speed brakes just barely out. Still doing some damage though. I'm sure you know what I mean by damage. I keep doing that, trying to switch views using the P3D control. And we gotta be... Does that say 0, 0? No, it says 8,000. Alright, so we're back on track. Actually a little too low now. Which, that's fine by me. Rather get there too soon than have to rush to get there. Like I just had to do earlier. Also, two of my engines are spooling up. Engine 1 and Engine 2, there's almost a 10% difference between the two. Where I have to like hold my throttles offset. I'm gonna look that up, because I've always had this problem across multiple simulators. Still coming down a little more than I was expecting. We're supposed to be at 5,000 at this waypoint after this one, though. You know, this next waypoint, so that's... I think we're good on that. I'm gonna look at where we're at in terms of... Okay, hang on. Alright, so I'm gonna slow it down to 180. Pretty drastic slowdown, I know. Not gonna slow it down too fast, though. slats out. I can grab the lever. There's the slats. I feel like the flaps and slats come out a little quick in this jet, but we'll go to flaps 8 here. Got this snowflake here, which is, I guess, our glide slope, or, not glide slope, but it's like a temporary glide slope. I don't know, I forgot what it's called. It's like a RNAV glide slope or whatever. Turn on to final, got the localizer. Right, I'm leveling off at 4,000, or is that, okay, yeah, it is 4,000, that or 4,500, that's what I thought I saw, but it's 4,000, I think, yep. Alright, I'm spooling up at the same time now, because I made an adjustment to the way I was moving the throttles. Alright, there's the glide slope up there. It's coming down quickly. And I will do another flight out of here. I might do a Delta flight though, because I don't know if I want to go back to Charlotte. God, it's really windy here. Looking out the window, it's pretty windy. I don't think it's this windy though. Like as windy as it is in the sim. Jesus. Tons and tons of speed. Alright, there's 2-6 right there. Oh. Man. Let the speed run away right there. Glide slope's coming down. Once again, it's gonna kind of jerk down real fast. Why is engine 2 spooling up so much? I think that's right where I hit, right where the dead zone is. 'Cause I didn't put it in like a, I don't think I put the dead zone in a good spot. Yeah, I think that's what that was. Feels really weird having to hold one throttle under the other. And here comes the glide slope. We're about to pitch down violently. There it is. I just elbowed the box that my throttles are on. This thing gets slippery on these approaches here, so I'm gonna go ahead and configure it now. Gear down. Yeah, see, slippery. We're holding 180 right now. Even going gear down to idle. There's Atlanta over there. Flaps 20. Flaps 30. I'll bring in 45 right here. There we go. We are fully configured. I'm going to bring some thrust in so I don't have to abruptly, so we don't have to make any crazy abrupt changes. I don't know what our weight is, so what a good approach speed would be. I assume it's lower than it was on the default weight. Looks like just barely though, because we're losing some altitude here. I'm going to try and turn off the flight director here. That's going to disconnect the autopilot. But there we go. Real good, 1500. Holding about 130. I am going to record this one. I'm way off center. Maybe I could have used that flight director. A little low now. I got 3 reds. I'm not too concerned with that. This is some nice smooth air. This is like the smoothest approach I've ever had in Microsoft. Whoa. That snowflake keeps getting in my way. I can't see the glide slope. I'll just look out the window. Getting real high now. You can blame it on a gusting headwind, though. That's what I'm going to blame it on, at least. Got real bouncy right there. Go down. I can't set reverse thrust in Microsoft because it like messes up and it puts one engine in full throttle and one in reverse. Alright. And now, we're gonna watch that replay. Camera track recording. First I'm gonna look at the external view. Then we're gonna go to showcase. I prefer if that was back here. I'm gonna go lock. Really want to see those bounces I was doing right around there. here? Well, no, I don't. I don't know why, I just like the view from angles like this. And I might end up saving this recording if it's good enough. That is nice. I wish the speed brakes weren't up. That's why I like watching the recordings, like going back before I've already landed. Alright. Alright. Going way to the end of the runway. Not really. Somewhat close, though. But alright. Close that. Not close it, but minimize it for now. Gonna bring the flaps up. Oh, I gotta stop before I do that, apparently. Yeah, that was a disaster. Okay, I'm just gonna stop right here so I can clean this up. Alright, ignoring the fact that I'm way off the taxi line. Everything's great. I think Microsoft might be the only flight simulator I've ever used that actually simulates, like, the ground physics in this are like I'll be at idle here and it'll keep the momentum rolling, which is the only simulator I've seen get that right, because that's how it works. It won't, like, because the engines are still running in idle. All the other simulators act like the engines aren't running when you're in idle on the ground. So it slows down. It doesn't really slow down unless you're going up a hill, for example. So a lot of times, like, most of the time you taxi at idle. Unless you're speeding up. Because they aren't really going that fast, but you see it's not slowing down. I'm not giving it any thrust, but it's still going. We're going uphill a tiny bit, I think. So I'm going to give it a little more thrust. Park right up here. It's gonna make this next taxi a little more annoying. You know, I don't like taxiing. Love how the yoke hide thing doesn't even get rid of it. It actually just hides it. Just puts it down there. It's pretty fun. Pretty funny. see in here super fast. And now, I'm gonna see if I can connect the jetway.
Atlanta ground, November 562, November, November. Could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
November 562, November.
Alright, that is cool.
Going to be connected.
Now, for this next flight, I want to see if there's any way I can go to an airport that's like a smaller airport. Well, obviously, it's a CRJ, it's always going to go to smaller airports. But you know what I mean, an airport that doesn't have as much infrastructure as an ILS. Because I always end up selecting the ILS approaches just because it's the first thing I see. I'm probably going to do a Delta flight for this next one, though. And probably Endeavor, since I like Endeavor more than SkyWest. I've never flown before in my life, so there's no real reason for it. I just like... It's always been like that. I think late 2022, I was like, okay, I'm going to start, like, an airline battle here, and I'm on Team Endeavor. Alright. Go to the airport departures list. I might go to Augusta if there's a flight there. kind of glad no one's watching this, because it's boring. Not for me, but you know. I assume for other people this will be unbelievably boring. Glad I don't have to wear headphones to stream anymore. Cause there would be sometimes like I'd be sick or something and putting headphones on, covering my ears. I just really didn't like that. Alright. There's a Delta Connection CRJ 700 going to Montgomery. We got a bunch of CRJ 900 flights. I'm gonna look at stuff because a lot of this is from like 20 minutes ago. So if there's anything more recent, Columbia taken off. It was just estimated to take off at 5:50, but it was scheduled for right this minute. Estimated departure 5:39 for this one. It was scheduled for 5:46 to Tallahassee. There is an Augusta flight, but it's a 717, so I can't do that. Might do this 5:51 to Columbia. Yeah, I'll do that. So I'm gonna go get in the 700. Goodbye, CRJ 900. It was fun. Might do another stream of this tomorrow. Potentially. There's Charlotte Airport. We're gonna start, where did I say we're going? Either Columbia or... This other one took off pretty much now. So yeah, we're going to Columbia as 5252. I assume it's Endeavor because it's Charlie Alpha, which would be Air Canada. Yeah, okay, going to Columbia, so I'm going to start on this side because we're taking off from 27 right. I almost did the same jet. 700 ER, and then I have a few Delta liveries. Oh, wait a second. It's this exact same jet. 668 Charlie Alpha is actually doing this flight in real life. That's perfect. That's actually amazing. This exact same... I picked the exact same jet that's doing this exact flight in real life. That's actually insane. I thought it would be more common for that to happen, but there have been times I've looked for... Like, I have, like, collections of jets, and not a single one of them is flying out of Atlanta. Like, even with their all Delta. They're all coming out of Detroit and Minneapolis. Which I don't ever fly out of any of the other Delta hubs. Because Atlanta's where I actually... Like, I actually live close to Atlanta Airport. So.
Runway 27 right, straight out departure.
I did not set the departure to the runway, but okay. I'm at least gonna park a little bit off. Over here. Alright. What was it? 5252? Yeah. I don't need the air traffic control. It's gonna get mad at me, but I don't care. Atlanta to Columbia. Flight number would be Endeavor 5252. Taxiing for takeoff, it says right now, which is perfect. That's pretty much what I'm doing right now. So 21,000 feet again. It was 22,000 last time, but close enough. Perf in it, and I'm just gonna put in random numbers for passengers, like the amount of passengers I think would be going there. I'm gonna go 57. I see we're running on Aerosoft.com Wi-Fi. That's pretty cool. Or service. Set payload. Copy the data. And then 21,000 feet. There's no alternate cruise altitude. I don't really care about that, because we're never going to have to use that in this. Gonna be Gary 2 at IRQ. But first I gotta put in 27 right, then the arrival. Now I gotta go look at the weather. And look at this. There's ILS approaches, but I don't have to do one. I gotta remind myself that, because I'm so used to pressing the ILS approach. 190 at 12, gusting 17. So we got some pretty nice winds. That was 190, I said, so we can go for 11. I'm gonna see localizer 11. I'm gonna do RNAV for my 11. I think it'll still give me an RNAV glide slope, but I'm not really gonna be looking at that. I gotta see the rest of the flight plan. V155. So I'm not going to the Columbia Vortex like it wants me to, so I'm just going to do this wider. Because I don't think V155 would show up based on my experience with other, yeah. Execute, and then that should be, yeah, that's the path to the runway. So everything's set up nice. It's going to be RNAV to football, which there's no air traffic control, so nobody cares about that. But let's just pretend that does matter for a little while. Is the park brake on or off? It's on. Set flaps 8. Had to bring one of my throttles back for that. Using the mouse, by the way. I might just wait to go until 5:50, but at the same time, no, the actual flight's probably taken off already. It just said estimated 5:50. It didn't say actually 5:50. Alright, flight director, and I'm gonna put nav. I'm gonna speed. Climb not 40. Climb 250. Not gonna pay attention to the actual pitch mode on that until after we've already made the first turn, or right before the first turn at least. Parking brakes off. Toga power set. I'm probably gonna do that, and then the flight, or this flight, and then the flight back, and then that'll be it for the day. I'm glad I started doing the stream with Rec Room, because that like convinced me to, because I haven't done flights in a simulator, at least not multiple a day in months probably. V1 rotate, yada yada. Oh my god, feel that crosswind. Positive rate, gears coming up. Man, that's a steep climb. Alright, and at 2,000, that's when we level off. It was an insane rate of climb. Gonna gonna power back to climb thrust. Gonna bring the flaps and slats up. And since I actually have everything set up right now, I can actually hand fly for as long as I want to this time. Trim on this jet still acts really weird. Never been fond of how the trim acts on this because it's nowhere near realistic. It like warp speed trim. No, AI, I didn't copy. I'm not talking to robots right now, you know. Alright, after this next turn, I'm turning the autopilot on. Because there's not too much fun to hand flying when it's just... You know, maybe for the next stream, if I stream tomorrow or something, I might go to DC or something. There's that last turn I'm gonna do. I like the way this yoke feels. It's the Boeing yoke, which is pretty much the yoke that, like, most people who fly airliners, I feel like, have. I used to be worried about breaking it. Boy, if I could see me now, pushing and pulling all over the thing. When I'm flying the 717, I don't have to. In P3D, when I'm flying the 717, that's not really a concern most of the time. Let's get off altitude capture. Let's go speed. Climb to 50. Now I'll turn the autopilot on. Oh my god. Why does it do that when I turn on the autopilot? Jesus. Alright, navigation. It's gonna start capturing the altitude again. It took it that long to terminate my air traffic control services? Sheesh. Gonna climb at 275 again, just like last time. Turn the landing lights off. Oh, they were off to begin with. It's the taxi lights that were on. I hate how it starts off like that. Logo light starts on too, for some reason. And that is exactly what it looks like in real life in my room right now. At least what it did a couple minutes ago, because the sun got covered up by a cloud. Oh yeah, that looks nice. Oh, and the sun's popping out right as this is happening, so it looks the most immersive thing I've felt in this. And it had nothing to do with the actual simulator. It was the sun popping out at the perfect time. Alright, that's probably the first time I've looked at the outside of this jet so far. The entire stream. You know, stream. I've been flying this jet for like 5 minutes. The first time I've looked at the outside of it for the stream. There's the airport down there. My school is right there, I think. You can't see it. No, it's right there. Yeah, that's it right there. See it. I used to go outside and film jets a lot back when I was able to do that at school. There's the airport. Me and Jeff have been all around this place. In all the different spotting locations we can find. I think we've also been right around here before, because we went to a Renaissance fair in Fairburn. Actually, no, Fairburn's like right over here, I think. Whatever. This might be my first time. No, it's not, but actually, no, it might. This might be my first time going to Columbia Airport in Microsoft. Because I've had the simulator for. Why did it do that? Okay, whatever. I've had the simulator though for since around Christmas. But I used to only do MD-80 flights, which MD-80s did go here, but I just don't know if I ever got to this. Because when I said yes, I was thinking of P3D. Been there in P3D. Oh yeah, also, I might not be used to the handling of this jet on the approach. So this will be fun, potentially. Maybe not for me. Or the fake passengers. Right. Go here. Yeah, but just since I'm not used to this jet, I'm probably going to keep the autopilot on for a tiny bit longer. Even though there's no ILS, I'll just use vertical speed for it, or the glide slope. You know, the RNAV glide slope. Is this still going? Yeah, 2 more flights. I don't know when you send that, but 2 more flights, including this one. So a flight and a half, I guess. I'm going to try and turn off the flight director here. That's going to disconnect the autopilot. Go. Real good, 1500. Hold about 130. My yoke's a little. I'm watching the. I just realized how loud that was. I'm watching the landing from last time. But no, the yoke like makes some weird noises because I don't use it that much. So I'll get pitchy with it and I'll start creaking, like a house does, like settling. Getting used to being used again. And for crying out loud, we are going fast. Okay, a top of descent's coming up pretty quick. Try to see how fast we're going. Ground speed 513 knots. Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable for being this low. 21,000 feet. Oh, did that say 88? I thought that said 58 earlier, so not coming up as quick as I was thinking. Still not a long flight by any means. Especially going as fast as we're going. windy outside. Felt the effects of that on the last approach. Yeah. Oh, man. I am talking. Out of my ass mostly, but I'm talking. Boy, I sure am talking. might as well turn the game sounds up a little, because I'm not going to be talking until we land.
That Franny's for sure really isn't. Let's go around, the autopilot on. Go around mode, toga thrust. There.
Says we're going to wider here. Top of descent's in 11 nautical miles.
Everything's better when it's free, including filing your taxes. But who actually...
Alright, hello and welcome everybody back to the video. I'm your CA Pilot, which means every flight instructor for simulator purposes. BNP50, DCS, or Microsoft Flight Sim. Please leave a comment down below if you have any questions on those sims, how to get up and running them, or just if you have PC back to run them. I can help out with that. I also fly the Surface Airline as well, so if you have questions on CRJ specifically, or even becoming an airline pilot, becoming a flight instructor, becoming a pilot in general, please leave a comment down below, and I'll be sure to answer as best I can for you. Today we're covering a mode that I've seen no one talk about in the flight sim community at all in the CRJ, which is called the sync mode, or the flight director sync mode. And obviously we're will be using it every time we're in manual flying, that autopilot's off, and the button is located here. And I'll show you in a remote picture. I'll pull it up so you can see it. But because I couldn't find it in the airplane model there, I just figured
Alright, gonna bring the thrust back. Put the altitude down and go to speed mode.
that button, and that does flight director sync. What I recommend to do is go to controls. Make sure you'll set all, and just type SY. You're gonna flight director pitch sync. You're gonna automatic that. Here you go. If you usually fly the captain side, with the left side of your yoke, and fly the FO side, and your right side of your yoke. So what does the flight director pitch sync do? So let's talk about it. It's very simple. It's used on hand flying. So let's go ahead and say example. Let's get my PA there. Let's go ahead and say we got to climb. So we've been sitting here at 10,000 feet, and we're going to climb up a bit higher. So let's say
We're at 7,400.
disregard the 016. I don't know why that's there. But anyways, you put in 20,000 there. It's called autopilot, and put yourself in climb mode by clicking the speed button right up button there. Alright, we're in climb 250. So now that we're in manual flying, the pilot flying is not allowed, or shouldn't touch anything on pretty much anywhere except their rudder, yoke, throttle. They're allowed to touch that heading signal, and they're allowed to touch the autopilot engage button. And that's about it. Everything else you want to be clicked or have clicked, you have to have it clicked for you by the pilot monitoring. So to kind of alleviate the pilot monitoring's workload at this point, we have a sync button. So if I wanted to change climb 249 to, let's say, climb 280, this is where this comes in handy. So let's go ahead and add our thrust climb mode. Okay, now we're going to follow the flight director initially, but we're not going to pitch up to the flight director because that's going to give me 250, but I want 280. So we're going to pitch just under it, and we're going to keep accelerating. Alright, now as I do this, obviously we're not flying the flight director, and I'll show you a separate way. There's two ways to do this, but as I do this, we're just slowly accelerating. We're keeping on our lateral path, which is just how we're going right now. We're not accelerating just as much, and we're pitching more back.
Alright, gonna bring the speed to 250. 240. I keep saying 250.
Okay, we're getting up to 280 knots. We're running 283. And we're looking at this top left where it says climb 277. Right there, right? So if I want to climb 260, for example, or whatever I want, I'll release the flight director sync button. And now the flight director is going to give me an indication to maintain 259 in this case, which is pretty close, right? So you can either press hold and work on the speed as you go,
probably tell, I'm not the most up and at 'em right now.
Today, I'll be showing you a bit of a tip and trick on the CRJ, how to make it fly a bit better in the sim we currently have. Microsoft 2020, that is, so we're not using 24 currently. And if you're wondering how I'm holding this glide path so smoothly, it's because I'm cheating. I'm just joking. It's the setting I'm going to show you. If you stay till the end, it has to do with sensitivity to your yoke. So if you have the Boeing TCA yoke, you're going to want to listen to this. And
Oh my god. If I go straight to here,
realistic. So let's go ahead and skip ahead to the tip and trick. Okay, I'm going to show you how I was able to control the RJ with this precision right there. And that's with the controls I'm about to show you. So in play, the CRJ
okay,
out of the way. In
I'm
the sim,
coming to
it's very
idle.
nice and tight. It's all over the place. It's way too sensitive to that. In real world, if you hand fly this airplane for more than like 4 minutes, you're movie time. If anyone who has experienced early landers or even full flights in movies, as they call them, it actually hurts to fly for a long time. It's a workout. So what I've done to replicate my experience, what I think the CRJ feels like in real life, from my real life experience on it, I went ahead and tweaked the settings. So I have my TCA yoke
Gonna
here.
bring
So
the
like
speed to
CRJ,
180.
press settings.
Slats.
These are my settings here. You don't have to remember them. So these are my x-axis main thrusters and my pitch.
That's what I get for not paying attention.
So
We
if
were
you
way
pop
too
these, you're getting repetitive
high
feedback
there.
throughout the flight as well. But I got sensitive throughout the 70s.
Start the approach when we were supposed to.
You're not purposely off
Hopefully the
balance.
sun will still be up by the time we get back to Atlanta too, because I don't like flying at night in simulators.
30%. And what you'll notice is
It's just
over
too
the
dark.
years, you'll be having to put more fluid into your yoke to get the airplane to do something. Because currently on the default settings, the smallest of movements on the yoke, which is already a very loose yoke. The TCA Boeing yoke is a good yoke, but it's way too loose. And what I mean by that is it's way too easy to move. And real world takes a lot of pressure, or at least more than this. You can't just kind of flick your pinky and it rolls all over the place. So I've done this to hopefully make the experience better. I like it. Is it 100% realistic? No, nothing will ever be. It's a little PC, but it gets close enough to what I think feels pretty good. So hopefully you enjoy it. Give it a try. It's going to be a learning curve, just like anything in the sim, because you'll have to do a couple things. And I would recommend just do a takeoff, do a traffic path, whatever. Just hand fly a bit, climb different altitudes, and you should look like more when the airplane to react to instead of just throttle it and it goes off into space. Same thing with the rudder. You can do the same thing with the rudder. Maybe not as drastic, but you can lower those sensitivities in your rudder and then lower the reactivity as well, and it'll get that very, very
And we're coming to 2,500. Well, we should be at least.
and until we get an update, this is the best thing I've found so far to make the CRJ fly a bit more closer to real life. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys next one.
Alright, and now I can go direct here. Still probably a little bit hasty to do that, but alright. This is the only thing I don't like about doing these approaches, the setup for it. We're getting down. I'm gonna try and be all configured by the time we get to this last waypoint here. Well, before we get there, by the time we're like 4 miles out from that, I guess. Would be better to say. Hold 180, like at most airports, what you do. running slow because it's leveling off. I do feel like this is a bit of a low level off, but on visual approaches it's always kind of, you always level off a little low. Holy smokes, on the NASCAR Community Cup Series. I might slow it down to 160 here. Bring that in, the last little bit of zoom in there. It looks like the wind's a little different from what I was reading on iFlight Planner. I know the wind's gusting a little bit. I'm hoping it doesn't negatively affect the approach too much. There we go. Making that turn on the final approach. It looks like we're gonna get a tailwind. Well, pretty much direct crosswind for now. Coming to 160. I didn't even mean to get down that slow, but... Alright, there's the runway. The flap's 20. And I probably could have gone with an ILS approach. It probably would have been a better option. But I can see it enough to at least, like... I can see it enough. Gear down. I might bring it down at about 700 feet per minute now. Just a minute at least. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. Alright, yeah, here we go. I'm gonna do 600 for now. Flaps 45. I think I'm good to bring it down to 700. There's the runway. I can just barely see it with this haze. And it looks like we are a little, maybe a little low. Or perfect. I don't know. Autopilot's off. Record. About 1,000 above what that selected altitude is. That's what that noise was. Letting me know, even though I already knew. Sun. 20,000 feet. I don't want to say stable, but doable. I feel like I'm surfing right now. 'Cause it's crabbing.
Five
500,
hundred.
a little low.
400.
On 3 reds. Nothing to write home about though.
400.
Back on profile. A little high now.
300.
Too high.
200.
Sink rate.
That's not a sink rate.
100.
Sink rate.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
That's a kind of known issue with these jets. It'll give you a sink rate warning when there's no such thing. I didn't know a normal descent was a sink rate. Like a sink rate warning. I forgot how this camera works in Showcase. I think that's good. Lock mode. Speed. And a bit of nose down attitude there. Turn off follow mode. Where in the Christopher Bell is the airport? It's gonna be a little over here. I'll just watch it from here. Then wait till it passes. I'm trying to get a little lower than what I am, but not into the trees lower. Is that the airport right there? Yes, it is. I think so, at least, yeah. Look at the crab angle. Jeez. That might not actually be a crab angle. That might be because I'm right in front of the runway. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. I'm gonna go to the side a little. I like being at the side more than right in front. There we go. Man, that was nice. Not really, it was decent. Alright, and one more flight after that now. Well, I gotta make sure we're at the end of the approach where we actually are. And it's gonna make me land again. Why is there a fuel truck on the runway? What are you doing, son?
The captain aborted the takeoff. Please remain in your seat.
There was not a takeoff there. And I'll just park somewhere over here, because I don't know where the gates are at. There they are. Oh, I think. No, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll just park over here. Finally. I'm sure this guy in his little plane's gonna be happy with me parking right here. That's what I love to do. Ruin things. Alright, but now all I gotta do is the one flight back, and then everything will be finished. Bobby, I've been doing this stream for 4 hours. Actually, it's been close to 5 hours now, because I started at like 1 something, and it's 6:20. 6:27. Probably 6:28 now. This time I probably will be landing on 27 left, though. I was just talking about, like, nothing for a little while there. But alright. The next flight is gonna be in like an hour. You know, I'm gonna do it right now. But I mean, like, the actual jet's next flight. We should be closing in on sunset by the time we get back to Atlanta. It's too cloudy to see the sunset, unfortunately. I sound like Pony right now, talking about unfortunately. And it's the same flight number. But now, I'm gonna put a little bit, put a little more fake passengers on here. And probably the same amount of payload and everything. Or the same amount of fuel in it. Let's see. Cruise altitude 20,000 feet. We've just been going down this entire time. First it was 22, then it was 21, now it's 20. Comes apart from wherever I just landed. I think it was runway 11. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Doesn't really matter though. And then Jedi 3 to Atlanta. Skewer. Or I don't know how to say that. 27 left, there we go. Everything is looking delicious. $3,600? No. I'll go for the close one. One that's literally named after this airport. Oh, no, I'm sure it's the one that's 3,600 miles away. Buddy, are we talking about Hawaii or something? What do you mean 3,000 miles away? Nautical miles, too, so longer than regular miles. Top of climb is in 42.1 nautical miles. Alright. I'm gonna be as quick as I'm gonna do the world's quickest turnaround. Just pretend everybody's already boarded and all the cargo's already loaded and everything. And now we're gonna do a nice quick spin around. Not letting me do one singular engine.
Context collapse. Context collapse.
I'm I'm not taking off, son. And that Cessna just parked there. Unless a taxi threw me or something. Because I was not there last time I checked. And when I parked here, it wasn't there. And there's nothing. Pretty sure that's the runway. You know, this one over here. It's the runway I'm planning to take off on. Hopefully we can make quick work of this flight, get back to Atlanta, and then I can end the stream finally, for the first time in like 6 hours. Was not expecting to be streaming for this long today. It's just something that happened. No green area for the trim. That better not be what I think it is. Like an A330 at this itsy bitsy air. No, no, no. Who's flying an A330 to Columbia? South Carolina, not the good. No, well, I wouldn't say good Columbia. Not the Columbia people know about. No, 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 no. South Carolina. You gotta be smoking crack. I know I am. I got a taxi faster than this. I can't take this. I'll just set the rest of that later. I can probably take off using less than half of this runway, so it doesn't really matter where I line up. As you can see, I'm trying to get going as quickly as possible. Toga wasn't fully lined up with the runway when I did that. climb, hopefully. Gear up. Climb thrust, not manual. Climb, and then flaps and slats up. Oh my god. I no longer have eyes. Turn the autopilot back on for just a little bitty bit so I can get everything settled. That up to 20. I might need to turn the logo light on later. Not yet though. Flaps and slats are up. I'm gonna make sure we're actually on a nice intercept heading. Now I can go to this. And away we climb. Wave goodbye to Columbia Airport. There's the moon. Jesus Christ. I have not been paying attention. 275. lights off. Oh my god. And now I don't really have to do anything until descent. Really until the, hang on. Oh. Okay. And top of descent. I hope it says 38 and not 50. Is that 98? Yeah, it is. 89. No, it wasn't 98, it was 90. Alright. Altitude capture. I'm going to bring it speed back just a little bit. See, this is proof I'm not paying attention right now. Overspeeding. Just try to hold this. nothing to say. I'm gonna listen to some Randy the Plumber and play it in the stream just so things aren't completely boring. Holy smoke, son. What? Whatever.
Flight simulator, 'cause I didn't know the race was on. Boogity, 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 boogity. I need to have a word with whoever scheduled this race.
That's the most 1047 house way to start off a video. I need to have a word with whoever scheduled this race. Like a perfect thing for me to say when I'm like, if it's not something like, I don't know, if it's not something over the top, like excited, it's,
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
I
No,
need,
I had to go somewhere, man. I only agreed to go because I thought this race would have started at a reasonable time.
oh,
And Clerman's he's gonna get hung out. Oh, never mind. Here comes Brandon Jones on the outside. 4 wide. And I can't. My computer, the microphone, it doesn't work on my computer anymore for some stupid reason. So I'm gonna have to start recording videos like this again. And I can't do an Instagram live stream for some reason. Maybe the iPad's too old or something. But it doesn't give me the option to start a live stream. But I don't think it's because the iPad's too old. Because at first it didn't. And then a few months ago all of a sudden it did. And now it doesn't again. So I don't. And there's no updates or anything.
I really love smoking crack. Like, I think it should be studied how much I like smoking crack. Because I really like meth. I think I said crack to begin with. Still. Like, dude. And we still got 31 more nautical miles till I can do anything. What am I doing? Why have I been laughing? Okay. God, somebody uploaded the 2024 Daytona 500. That hunk of garbage. What was I gonna do? Randy the Plumber. I have a whole playlist full of Randy the Plumber videos. It's called Randy the Plumber NASCAR. Kyle Larson Beast Mode Sonoma.
Oh shit, here he comes! Larson is breathing all over Elliot's ass right there, son! Whoa, baby! Larson, holy shit! Here he comes, baby! He's coming to put the move on Chase Elliott, son! He's setting his ass up! He's made up 7 seconds since the restart! Here he comes on the inside, son! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! NASCAR! NASCAR is having a nightmare right now on Carl Larson Street! And it ain't no damn dream, son! Somebody better figure this shit out! He's fixing to run away with the whole damn season, baby! Everywhere he goes, he's tearing him a new ass, son! Look at this shit! Kyle Larson, ain't no telling how many seconds he'll win this thing by! Kyle Larson seems like he's about to win every damn race! Oh, shit! Here's the move of the race, baby! Shake and bake, son, Ross Chastain! Setting Kyle Busch up, taking the line away from him! Here comes his teammate, baby! Shake and bake, son! Whoa, son! Kyle Busch was pissed after this race! He set him up, baby! He set him up! Here comes Kurt Busch! Slicker now, shit! Right up on the inside, baby! Whoa, son! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake! Remember I told y'all something extraordinary was gonna happen in Atlanta. Last race on that surface. This right here is extraordinary, baby! Shake and bake! Slingshot! Engage, son! Whoa, baby! Kurt Busch takes the lead right there, and he ain't screwing around with it either. At the stripe, baby! Here he comes, baby! Out of turn 4 for the last time, son! Whoa, son! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Ross Chastain and Kurt Busch! Shake and bake, son! Shake and bake! I bet he'd put out an imaginary fire for his teammate. I bet he would, baby! Oh, Cal Knott Jr. and Ricky Bobby having an influence on Atlanta, son! It don't get no better than this! 42 years old! Sold that team out from under him last week! He said, I don't give a shit! Look at him! Come over here! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake! That's what I'm talking about right there! Sold it out from under him! He said, I don't give a rat's ass, baby! I'm fixing to go out there and show him what the old man can do! And he went out there and he tore that ass up at Atlanta, son! Oh, shit! Daytona, baby! Look at here! Logano pushing Almirola right up into the ass end of Keselowski, and he turns his ass right into the wall! Right about here, Keselowski saying, oh, shit! Oh, shit! Every time he's spinning, he's saying, oh, shit! They are wrecking every
Oh,
fucking
God.
where. There's race cars tore up from here to fucking China right now on this track. And this is where it starts, right here. Logano pushing Almirola into Keselowski's ass, pushing way too damn hard. The race has still got a bunch of laps left. What an asshole! And then it's just a mangled, melee fucking mess right here. Holy fucking shit! This is some bullshit. All these good race cars tore up because Logano forgot how to fucking drive. Look at this shit. And he escapes uninjured. Watch. He's just gonna go right through there. Holy shit!
Come down to 3,000 for this one.
I'm about to interview Kyle Busch. How'd you take the lead on the last lap, son? What happened out there? Was you running like shit or what? He said, well, what happened out there was Chase Elliott wasn't on the track tonight, and I didn't feel the need to crash anybody, and I kind of won this one honestly, and just everybody was kind of just a little bit slower than I was, but I wish that Chase Elliott would have been out there so I could have showed his ass what was going on tonight. You know, I would have shook him up a little bit. I understand that, yeah. And I got the checkered flag, Chase Elliott, and you don't. That was the interview with Kyle Busch right there. Victory lane,
just intentionally wrecked Chase? What the fuck? That was obvious. That was not just intentional. That was obvious. There'd be some people out there say, no. Kevin Harvick wouldn't wreck nobody on purpose. Kevin Harvick wouldn't do that on purpose. Did you watch the damn race? Did you go back and watch the replay? Did you pull out your little ears and get all the damn wax out of him and listen? Because he plainly hammered on the gas in the middle of a turn to turn Chase Elliott around. That was not accidental. Nothing accidental about that. Completely, 100% obvious. It's like we live in Bristol all over again. Damn, why you gotta make it look so intentional? Why can't you make it look like an accident? I know you folks out there. You think, oh no. Not Kevin Harvick. Surely not Kevin Harvick. He wouldn't do. Go back and watch the damn replay. The shit is obvious. What the fuck is going on? What the hell is happening? We got drivers out there intentionally wrecking other drivers, and it's so fucking obvious, it's ridiculous. What the fuck? Maybe they need to get out of the car after this one and have a fucking slugfest, son. Maybe somebody needs to get knocked the fuck out. Lights are off on the fake pace car. We fixed to have the fake race. Here we go. Let's see what happens. The pace car's off on the pit road. Here they come. And he's waving the shit out of that son of a bitch. Look at that boy. He's waving the hell out of it for the fake race car. Here we go. Fake racing. I never thought we'd see it in my life. It's on Fox, man. What the fuck? Holy shit. Look at the 51's lead. Here comes the 24. I don't know what the fuck's fixing to happen. This is some crazy shit right here. Some crazy shit.
It said 20 laps later for
This
15
fake racing
minutes.
might be realer than we think. Check it out. Jimmy Johnson is already sucking hind tit. This is reality racing right here. Look at it. They just blow around his ass like he's already retired, baby. Then he's sideways. Then he joints off the wall. Then he spins around. Holy shit. This is some crazy shit. And Clint Boyer drives through that damn race car. Holy shit. This is crazy as hell. This is Kyle Chrysler, Creekside Sports, and I'm about to interview Kyle Busch. Kyle, man, it looks like some contact between you and the three out there, baby. Can you clarify? And who was at fault on that one?
It wasn't the three's fault.
Kyle, right there toward the end, it looked like your car was just completely covered in one big shit emoji. What was going on with that, Kyle?
You know, we're running like shit. We got wrecked, so that's what you get when you run like shit.
Hey, Kyle, what do you think the problem is?
Shouldn't be there. I don't know what our problem is, but
Kyle, I dare you to use the word sim 3 times really quickly while speaking in sentences. I don't think you can do it. Let's hear it, Kyle.
every time I go to sim and use sim, I think we have a good sim session.
Kyle used to love going to the sim. Remember those days? But a little birdie told me that you don't like going to the sim anymore. What's the problem with going to the sim, Kyle?
But every time I go to sim and use sim, I think we have a good sim session. We go to the racetrack and we suck.
Kyle, let me just verify this.
Okay, I'm gonna just have this on in the background.
You don't want to go back to the sim. My number 21 moment in NASCAR history. Truck Series. John West Townley. Spencer Gallagher. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're hugging each other. He's picking him up. And then what the hell was that? That was the turn 1 takedown, baby. Oh shit. Then they gonna get him. They gonna wrestle around for a few more seconds. He gonna fake punch him. What? go. It's at my hard right. And Alex Bowman was sitting there waiting on it, baby. Look at all these race cars. Holy cow. That's like $10 million worth of Daytona race cars right there. Look at them down here. They about plowing me a field, baby. Look at them roads they just put in. I'm going down to Daytona to plant me some corns and peas, son. Whoa! Coming to one to go, baby. Coming to one to go. Denny Hamlin's got it wrapped up, but he's laying down a set, and Kyle Larson is about to find it. White flag in the air, son. Whoa, baby. This is where the shit gets real. Denny Hamlin, you better get on your horse, son, and you better ride that son of a bitch, because Kyle Larson is sniffing your ass, son. And here he comes, baby. Whoa, son. Denny Hamlin needs this. He ain't won one all year. We get in the first round of the playoffs. Holy cow. Here comes Larson. He's going to turn you around, son. Look here. Denny holds on to it. How Carl Larson holds on to it. How the hell did they hold on to that? Denny Hamlin at the line, son. Oh, shit. Denny Hamlin needs this. He ain't won one all year. We get in the first round of the playoffs. Holy cow. Here comes Larson. He's going to turn you around, son. Look here. Denny holds on to it. How Carl Larson holds on to it. How the hell did they hold on to that? Denny Hamlin at the line, son. Oh, shit. This is a Channel 69 News special report. We got storms lining up like a... Knowing the 9 car taking the white flag, baby. One more time around Texas. He's got this shit wrapped up. But Harrison Burton, he said, I don't damn think so. Harrison Burton, he's got a good gap on him right now. But he says, I'm fixing to put a charge on your ass. You watch this shit, boy. Here he comes. He's diving down. He's getting a run on his ass. Look at him. He's picked the power right past him. Whoa, shit. Harrison Burton says, see you later, boy. I got this shit wrapped up. And Harrison Burton wins Texas. Oh, shit. Kyle Busch wins in Texas, baby. Look at him. Oh, he's like, I knew I was going to come out of here after this damn 3-day. Last lap, Alex Bowman at Richmond, baby. Here he comes. Last lap of the race. Got about a 4-car length lead. Kevin Harvick, get out of the way, son. Get out of the way. Whoa, Kevin Harvick, I'm glad you listened, baby. Whoa, that could have been bad. Here comes Alex Bowman. Coming away, son. Get out of the way. Whoa, Kevin Harvick, I'm glad you listened, baby. Whoa, that could have been bad. Here comes Alex Bowman. Coming out of the last turn, baby. In the 48 car at Richmond, son. Whoa, baby. Sideways across the finish line. Whoa, look at that team going crazy, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Alex Bowman. Oh, hey. Hey, what's up? What up, dog? Oh, son. Lord. I'm about to go on me a rant because I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off about something. I am so sick and tired of 15, 20 laps to go in a race and somebody crashes out and smacks the wall and they ain't been in the top 25 all day. They ain't even been in the top 30 all day long. And they said, he has such a good run going. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't have a good run going because he's been sucking high tit literally all damn day. Why get on TV and say you have such a good run going? Your football team loses by 40 points. What do you say? They suck high tit all day. Your baseball team goes out there and get their ass whipped. They suck high tit all day. But yet, these boys ain't running the top 30 all day. They had such a good run going. I'm about sick and damn tired of hearing about a damn good run when it wasn't a good run. This is a professional sport. This ain't no kiddie time. You sucked all day. You sucked all day. And there's no damn reason to say he had such a good run going. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. I am calling bull. Look at this shit. Chase Elliott just punched his ticket to the Final Four, baby. We ain't got no damn power out here, and we ain't got no internet. Thanks to fucking Hurricane Zeta, we ain't got shit. I'm watching this shit on my phone. I ain't missing this shit right here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I said earlier in the year this
Okay, I'm gonna turn that off so I can concentrate. Alright. Gear down. Gotta make sure it's actually coming down. Alright. How nice this lighting is. I got no flaps in right now. I actually had no flaps in. Flaps 30. Then flaps 45 right here. And that's the formula, son. I don't think it's got the glide slope yet. It might now. We got some nice nose down attitude. Son. I can't see a dang old thing either right now. There we go. Getting below 140. And once again, I'm going to turn the flight director off once I can see the airport. Got a pond shining some water into... Oh my god. We got a pond shining some light into our eyes. I was about to say shining some water into our eyes. I think I did say that too. I wasn't gonna say it. I already did. I finished. I didn't finish, but you know, I said it. I said enough for it to... I gotta shut up. This is probably the runway I land on most here. It probably would be like 8 left or 9 right if they still, you know, if they landed on that side of the airport as often as I wanted them to. If they landed on the 8s and 9s more often, I would be having a fun time at home. But no, I get to see jets at 27 or at 10,000 feet going to 27 left and 26 right. Autopilot's off. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn off the flight director. Feels like there's a little bit more twitch to this one than the 900, which would make sense because this is smaller. Way too bobbly of an approach right there. It was going nice and smooth up until I got around those trees.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
That was a hell of an overflare. Still the softest landing of all time. Jesus. I didn't even mean to land real smooth that time. And I forgot to record it, dang it. don't think I've ever been pulling back that much on this yoke. That was like a workout, that approach was. But alright. As soon as I park, it's gonna be the end of the stream. I'll go ahead and like properly clean everything up this time. And just to end off. See the flaps come up. No, they came up in a hurry. And this is not real world conditions, because it is cloudy where I'm at. This isn't live weather. I'm looking outside right now and it's clouds all over the place. Falco mean live weather. And even if, like, it was clear at the airport, there should be clouds over here, because that's where I'm at. Not over here. No way they're trying to pass that off as live weather. Whatever though. Or whatever. Get it? Weather? Ether? I gotta shut up. That was like the longest stream. That's actually one of the longer streams I've ever done. I think the longest I ever did, I don't know if it counts, because it was a 12-hour stream, but my game crashed a couple times, so it's not in one stream. Because it crashed after 7 hours the first time, then after 4 hours, then after an hour and a half. So it was really close to like a 13-hour stream, because I don't know like the specific. I know one was like an hour and 26, and one was 7 hours and something, and one was 4 hours and something. So yeah, probably close to, if not over 8 hours. But I've been streaming, I've been doing this stream probably about 6 hours now. Because I started this stream at like 1:30 or something like that. And I thought it was going to be just Rec Room, I really did. Little did I know, pretty much no Rec Room got in comparison at least to this. My god, you can see that the internet sucks. Alright, nighty-night though. If anybody watched, I haven't been looking at the chat for like the past like hour, so I don't know. I dropped 0 frames, that's pretty good. Only 5 hours? So I started this at 2 something then.